Testing, testing.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to today's Committee of the Whole meeting. Very exciting day. We have a few obviously important things to deal with today. So anyways, let's start with the land acknowledgement. The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous people since time immemorial. We acknowledge we are on treaty lands and traditional territory of Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee, with increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington. The Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee could not continue their traditional lifestyle and settled in their villages along the Credit River and Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share and respect Mother Earth and committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations. Okay. Addendums and corrections to the agenda. Okay. Disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Is there any? Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I have to disclose a pecuniary interest in 7.1, the downtown parking strategy. There's a potential pecuniary interest with the township's strategy. Thanks.
Presentation and announcements. Okay. No delegations? Okay. And just before we get into it today, again, like to everyone, welcome everybody, including our councillors who are here and our councillors in other places in Ontario. And Councillor Wilton is in, my understanding, beautiful Ottawa. So. And also, I'd like to welcome staff. Today's a very important day, and we're going to go through a lot of things during this day. And also, I want to welcome those folks who are watching from where they're watching, whether it be home or elsewhere. So, okay, so let's move down to item number 7, consideration of reports, downtown parking strategy update. And we have a report from our CEO, Dan Wilson. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Okay, so this is a follow-up to the downtown parking strategy that was presented to Council back in February. We are now looking for Council to approve the draft municipal parking strategy final report and to allow us to move forward with certain implementation measures in 2025. Obviously, all subject to 2025 budget approval. We retained RJ Burnside back in June of 2023 and had that final report presented to Council in February of 2024. With that, I'm going to go through a high-level summary of the 5 areas of this report. The first area is the engagement that we undertook since February. We did have another survey open to residents and business owners. The first item was with respect to whether we implement paid parking. And as shown in the report, 27% suggested we should not implement paid parking. 6.87% suggested implement paid parking for all users, and 65.9% suggested implemented paid parking for visitors only. We asked about the ability to construct multi-level parking structures in both Elora and Fergus. In Elora, the response was 57% said yes, we should, and 43% said no. And in Fergus, 49% said yes, and 51% said no. When asked how we should pay for parking structures, if and when we actually construct them, 13% said property taxes, 61% said through paid parking revenues, and 25% were unsure. We did have a few meetings with both the Fergus and Elora BIA with respect to the parking strategy. In general, from a paid parking perspective, the Elora BIA is open to it, but the Fergus BIA is concerned about the impacts it would have to their downtowns. Both BIAs did concur, though, that they were seeing benefits of the 3-hour parking program and could see the benefit of extending it outside of the prime season of May to September. From the second section is parking enforcement. So as you know, we mainly enforce 3-hour and 15-minute parking with some other enforcement measures in there as well. We do have Alpha, who hasn't been enforcing since June 1st of this year. We're seeing a lot of parking turnover and parking traffic flow that is significantly improved as a result of this program. We are primarily focusing on the downtown cores, but we are also doing work on private property, accessible parking and safety issues, and we're getting frequent requests for parking enforcement across the township. So I think the popularity of this has been increasing. What we are looking to do in 2025 is move from the Provincial Offences Act from a administration of traffic offences perspective to an administrative monetary penalty system, or we call it the AMP system. So this is a more efficient way of I guess, administering any disputes and the actual traffic offences. We get more control with the AMP system, and our understanding is the POA system is lagging a little bit behind and is behind in their process. So we would gain full control and efficiency through an AMP system. So you would see improved customer service, efficiencies in the overall program, and a larger share of revenue going towards the township through that process. So we're recommending transitioning to AMPs in 2025. We are also suggesting for this year, going into next year, that we transition to year-round parking enforcement. Obviously, the scope and scale would change outside of the prime seasons, but we want to finish out this year right through to December with Alpha, and then bring forward as part of the budget process a program to have year-round enforcement in 2025. Paid parking is the next section. Staff are suggesting we pause another year on paid parking. We need some more time to look at how we roll this out. We're thinking small gradual steps from a paid parking perspective, just because of the hesitation in Fergus and overall hesitation to go full in on paid parking. What we're likely looking at is using 2025 to come up with a plan to present to council for a gradual phase-in starting in 2026, which may start with a pilot program in Elora or Fergus or both, but that is yet to be determined at this point. But we would like 2025 to sort that out and report back to council. Next section is future parking supply considerations. Just some of the highlights here. We are adding 6 additional parking spaces to the St. Patrick Provost Lane parking lot in Fergus, and that's just simply through better utilization of space and line markings. We would like to consider at some point whether the Bissell Park East parking lot will be a legitimate parking lot for downtown. So we don't want to jump into suggesting paving that in 2025. We want to maybe use some directional signage and maybe have a shuttle stop at that spot to see how usable that lot is before we decide to invest funding in paving that. So we're suggesting in 2025 that we just assess how usable that site is through signage and through the shuttle program. And we'll continue to monitor other ways to increase our parking supply through efficiencies throughout both downtowns. The last section is the downtown shuttle program. We had significant growth in this program for 2024, 2,322 riders, 58% increase over last year. 30% of these riders were township residents. So we're seeing more than just tourists using the shuttle program. There's a benefit here to the residents of Centre Wellington as well. We would like to explore the possibility of expanding the level of service for 2025, but it'll be subject to funding partners and 2025 budget. Areas we're exploring: extending the service to Fridays, It's currently Saturdays, Sundays, and holiday Mondays. Possibly extending to the end of October instead of ending in September. And possibly looking at a second shuttle bus during peak times, so it would be a 30-minute wait instead of a half-hour wait at each, or sorry, an hour wait at every stop. We'll look at all of these options, but we're looking for funding partners to assist us because there's cost implications of all of these increases. So with that, there's a summary table attached to the report that shows what we would like to do in 2025. You're only endorsing that level of implementation right now, and we'll bring forward a 2026 plan in 2025. So we'll take this one step at a time. With that, I'd open the floor to any questions.
Thank you, Dan, for that presentation. And I'd like to put this out to council for questions, comments, starting with Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Through you, Mayor Waters. I'm comfortable with what you want to do for 2025. When I look at the shuttle, because I've had feedback on the shuttle, and residents in Fergus actually told me they are riding the shuttle to come to work in Elora on weekends, and we'd love if it was more days were added on. Like instead of embellishing one of the shuttles or adding a second shuttle, I would far rather see us try like Wednesday to holiday Mondays on those weekends first. That I'm just putting that out there. Do you think the funding will continue on the shuttle?
Through Mayor Waters, I believe we're going to apply for the county economic development grant again this year. We're going to try to approach some of the other businesses that can see a benefit from the shuttle program to see if they'll contribute more into the program. What we can try to do is through the budget process is bring a few different scenarios forward for council to look at. But it will depend on how much funding we bring forward because we rely on community partners to make this shuttle program work.
Councillor, I noticed your hand. Councillor Wilton.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Waters. Are you able to hear me okay? Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you for the update, Dan. I just have a few questions. One of them was about the paid parking pilots. In the preamble in terms of engagement, and I know I've been at the BIA meetings, it was pretty clear that paid parking was not of interest in Fergus. So I'm just curious why we're even including it in as a possibility at this point. Couldn't it come as after we do a pilot in Elora, that maybe there's an update to the parking strategy at that time? I'm just concerned that if it's in here, it'll look like we're going to go ahead and do a paid parking pilot in Fergus at the same time as Elora. So that was my first question.
Thank you for the question through Mayor Waters. Nothing's been determined at this point, whether it's Fergus, Elora, or both. We know BIA's comments on this, and we know some others have their opinions on whether it should be in Fergus or not. We'll obviously take that into consideration when we bring something forward. So nothing's been determined at this point.
Okay. Just a little bit concerning when it's in the report that it might be a pilot in Fergus, and we've had all the very clear communication that that's not desirable at this time. I'll just leave that there as a comment. May I ask another question, Mayor Waters?
Yep, please go ahead.
Great. The main project I have a problem with, and I remember asking the consultant about this as well, and he actually agreed with me that it wasn't really the best suggestion in their report, was paving Bissell Park. So I'm very concerned with adding more. We seem a little addicted to paving things. So I'd be very concerned with adding pavement and an impermeable surface to that part of the park when it's so close to the floodplain, well, within the floodplain. And I think there'd be, if we could focus on the shuttle bus, I agree with Councillor McDonald that the shuttle bus is a great program. And if we could focus on kind of getting people used to it from the raceway and maybe from the Jefferson Elora Community Center, and then the Fergus stops, of course. And then we don't need to focus on trying to add more pavement to a park area, and especially an impermeable surface that would not be great in a floodplain zone. So I'm just curious if we can actually remove that as a possible project, or at least put it on more of a back burner, because I think there's other things we can do in terms of signage, wayfinding, lighting, all sorts of other things in combination with the active transportation plan we have going right now. So I think there's other things we can be doing than just turning to paving something in a park. Thank you.
Through Mayor Waters, thank you, Councillor Wilton. What we're suggesting at this point is for 2025, we just look at whether people are willing to park there and utilize the shuttle program. We did say in the report that we would put the paving of Bissell in the 10-year capital program. If that's something council does not want to do, I would suggest when we bring forward the 10-year capital program, we can look at it and consider eliminating it at that time. But at this point, it doesn't affect really what we're doing in 2025 unless council doesn't want staff to promote parking in that lot in its current state. I would like to point out also that the parking strategy suggests we are in short supply of parking in Elora. Even with the use of the shuttle, we need more parking spaces. And it was mentioned that this lot, even in its current state, not paved, is a possible solution for providing parking supply.
Yeah. Follow up, Mayor Waters?
Yes.
So just curious from the parking strategy, because I do remember your consultant agreeing that paving that's not such a great idea in this day and age. Did they include the Jefferson Elora Community Center parking lot as an option?
Through Mayor Waters, I think we're considering any and all possible solutions for parking supply, given how busy Elora is. So yes, the Jefferson Elora parking lot was also suggested as an option.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wilton. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I wondered too, as we move into the future and looking for like parking is a concern, and we don't want to be like just, as Councillor Wilton said, just kind of paving over everything. If we can look into maybe alternative solutions to like the standard parking, like I've seen like in some communities using kind of like the grass pavers where like I don't know anything about it technically, but it almost appears like, you know, like grass, but it's like all like underground to help with like the filtration and stuff. So I think, you know, you see at the Fergus Fall Fair, for example, last weekend, we do use, again, on events, right? We kind of have some grass spots and stuff, but I'm just wondering if we can maybe look at some alternate solutions to like the standard paving solution might be beneficial there. And then just a couple other comments, I would say. I'm also very happy to hear that the paid parking project is, you know, put on hold and we're going to take some time in that. I definitely think there's a feeling in Fergus that paid parking would have been harmful to businesses. So I'm glad we're really pausing on that. Definitely supportive of looking at like the year-round parking enforcement. I think it's a good thing. We're moving towards the AMP system as well. So lots of good things there. And yeah, I think the shuttle programming, putting our focus there and looking for partners and some solutions to move people around in the community that way, I think are all great things.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through Mayor Waters, may I suggest to council just to keep the floor open on investing in the Bissell East lot without necessarily paving it. We could pave it or not pave it. Maybe we set up the capital project just to be called Bissell East Parking Lot Improvements, and then let staff come back with scenarios or solutions that may work. If that can become a legitimate parking spot, maybe we can still utilize it without necessarily paving it. But I would like to use 2025 as a year to assess whether it's usable, and then we can put something in the long-term forecast to improve it when what that improvement is yet to be determined. If that makes sense.
Councillor McDonald.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Waters. I agree with both comments about Bissell Park. You know, after attending Good Roads Conference, you get to see all these alternatives to paving. I do know the hill going down to the Bissell Park is treacherous. It's treacherous on a bike, it's treacherous in a car. It's, I agree with Councillor Wilton with signage can make a big difference. There are some grass spots on the other side of the park there that could be utilized. But I am concerned about that hill. The hill is far enough away from the water that I think something could be done, especially if it's going to be used for year-round parking. We would need something on that hill in the winter months, for sure. I can honestly say, in Elora, I find Mondays and Tuesdays, I have no problem finding parking downtown Elora. I don't. For those of you that know me, I ride my bike a lot too. I find a very difficult time parking in Fergus, and I love shopping in downtown Fergus. I have some favorite stores there too, and I can never find parking. And I think it's been ingratiated even more with the construction. Although I never actually parked where the construction is. You know, for me, it's accessibility, and I do like to shop on the Mondays and Tuesdays, and I cannot find any parking in Fergus on those days either. So I would like to know the outcome of the paid parking this summer when we go over that data, I guess at some point, how many tickets were enforced to keep the cars moving so that other people can shop. And it's better for our economic development too. So I'd just like to see that on some of those other days, not just the weekends. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Stan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through Mayor Waters. We'll definitely bring the stats forward. One thing I didn't mention earlier too is we're going to actively work with both BIAs over 2025 to figure out what paid parking does or doesn't look like. Fergus has established a parking committee, and we'll meet with them frequently as well. So we will definitely be working with the BIAs to recommend a solution for 2026.
Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Wilton, Councillor Craddock, Councillor Adams, Councillor McDonald? I'd just like to make a few comments. I like the idea. Well, first of all, I would like to speak to the report itself. I'd like to thank our consultant, the staff, and I thought this was a very comprehensive process that way, and engaged a lot of groups. And the report is definitely solid that way, and I appreciate all the efforts by the community, the BIAs, all the groups who participated in this. So I thought it really provides a very good overview of where we are right now with parking situation. I do agree with sort of looking at a year-round approach to this. As we all know, it was sort of like we had parking season and non-parking season, and it was very confusing. And I feel very empathetic to our staff who are into parking season and sort of dealing with folks who through the winter sort of had that break, and then they were sort of so. I think the consistency of having a program, I think, is really important, and then people just understand this is just the way. So that's really important. The idea of, and I think we've all touched on it, I think part of the parking strategy is some type of ongoing shuttle program, and encourage, and these are our I'll call it early days of some type of shuttle or eventually transportation program in our community. I think that's also should be part of our strategy in terms of how we move forward. I heard it the other night at our public meeting in Elora in terms of some type of public transit. And I know we need to really start to be thinking of that as well. So I think those are all sort of the main things again, but I'm very complimentary to our staff and to our consultant and all the folks that participated in putting this together. So anyways, I will read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington approve the draft municipal downtown parking strategy final report, and that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington approves the 2025 parking implementation plan subject to 2025 budget approval, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington delegate authority to the Managing Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer to sign contracts, agreements in relation to the 2025 parking implementation plan. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions from council? Councillor Adams.
I do. Sorry, I forgot about this one, or I should have asked it earlier. I was just curious. We talked about statistics, and so obviously this is all upon approval of our 2025 budget. I am just kind of curious in terms of like staffing and the workload and everything that has been that has taken on, and whether we foresee being able to continue with like current staffing levels with like the program as we're about to approve, or if we're going to be looking to add on to.
I'm looking at our clerk here just to verify this, but based on what we've anticipated for 2025, I think we're fine from a staffing perspective. It's when we get into something like paid parking that there'd be future considerations for staffing. Yeah.
Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, we had a move. We had a mover, a seconder. Okay, all those in favor? So move. Again, thank you. Okay, so we'll move down to our next item.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Waters, and through you. The report is being brought forward to introduce the 2025 preliminary draft capital budget for the township. And this was as prescribed in the 2025 budget schedule that was endorsed by council in June. I will shortly turn it over to Mark to provide an overview of the report layout. Beyond that, we'll transition into a walkthrough of the key project story map to provide context of some of the larger projects showcased in the preliminary draft capital budget. Then we will pivot back and Mark will lead us through a walkthrough of the report content in a section by section fashion to enable council to ask project specific questions for those beyond the story map initiatives. Worth noting in advance is that there are two significant projects that have been purposely omitted from the report, however, remain a high priority for 2025. These in particular are the Operations Center for the township and the Bissell Park multi-use surface. Staff remain committed to these projects, and more fulsome reports will be brought forward in the future for council consideration and inclusion in future iterations of the 2025 capital budget should they be endorsed. And with that, I will turn it over to Mark, absent any questions in terms of the cadence, to introduce the report itself, and then we will position ourselves to move into the story map and then back again to the report in a more fulsome fashion.
All right, thank you, Adam. Just wait for Adam to get the report up here for those that are watching online. Okay, so this report should look familiar to most of the council. We haven't changed the format of this report in many years, but I'll give everybody just a quick run through of it so everybody understands the layout. So starting left to right, the reference number. So as we go through these projects, it's probably easiest to, instead of naming the project title, refer to the reference number. That way everybody can find it quickly. Next is the project number, and I'll just point out a couple of things that the project number can identify for you. So item 4 there is project number 2015-054. The 2015 means that's the year that that project first made an appearance on the 10-year forecast. Okay. And other project numbers that you might find to be like item 1 where it's 105, you may see some 301s, 330s, 360s, anything that starts with 3 digits. Those are existing projects. Okay. So essentially what you're looking at is a top up typically. Okay. And I believe there is actually one F project in here, and that stands for forecast. So those are ancient projects. It's been in the 10-year forecast since 2007, somewhere in the 10-year forecast. Okay, there's one project I believe in here. Moving further to the right now, you have the project title, and then a key column here is the 2025 budget column. This is the total ask or the request in the 2025 budget. And then the next section is the external financing piece. So these are items such as subsidies. There is a project this year, St. David Street reconstruction that we have Connecting Link subsidy. Moving across the right, we have development charges, and there are a handful of projects that are funded from development charges or a portion thereof. The next column is developer contributions. There are a couple of projects as well that have developer contributions. And other is a column that typically isn't used, but if there are donations that are budgeted, I think that might be the only item that piece of funding that's linked to that column. So if you take the 2025 budget amount less the external finance, you get the next net cost to the township. So the next section then is the tax supported internal sources of funding. So you've got reserves, other, or debt of tax supported nature. The reserves, these are typical funding such as the OLG funds, the General Capital Reserve, the OSIF money, which is the Ontario Community Investment Fund, CCBF, or formerly gas tax, and the dedicated capital levy are major items that would be funded under that reserve column. And then the last section is the user pay supported internal sources of funding. And this would be water, wastewater, and then water, wastewater debt. Okay. One other item I'll point out before I hand it back to Adam is if we can go to the bottom of the report, there are some items that are kind of out of scope for today too. And these are the vehicle and equipment replacement reserve amounts that are items 84 to 95. So at the very end. If it'll get there on screen. Okay, well, I'll speak to it anyways while Adam's getting that on there. The amounts that are shown there are essentially what was shown in the 2025 year in the 2024 10-year forecast. So it's just a roll forward of last year. Okay. These items, the vehicle and equipment and facility replacement items, are all being worked on right now with staff, and we will bring them forward definitely if they're available in November, we'll bring them forward at that meeting. And if not, they'll be part of the draft budget book. There. So those items right at the end. Okay, and basically those items are supported by further spreadsheets that have great detail on the items. We list all our vehicles and when they're due for replacement.
Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. So ignore this for now because more will come later. Okay.
That's correct.
And why did we put it in here?
It's actually difficult to get it out of the report. That's
okay.
The problem.
Fair enough.
So just to sum this up from a net basis, once you back out those replacement items, it's a $26.4 million capital budget that is in scope for today's discussions. It's leaving out the 2 items, Bissell Park and the operations facility. By way of comparison, the 2024 capital budget before replacement items was about $24 million. Okay, so it's before those 2 items, we're actually looking at a capital budget that's larger than the 2024 capital budget, which was quite large. Okay, I'll turn it back to Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And I think absent any questions with regards to the report layout, we can transition now into the story map to start addressing some of the key projects that are identified in the 2025 preliminary draft capital budget. And I'll just effectively drive, if you will, through this story map and have people more closely related to the projects come up and speak on their behalf and field any questions the council may have. So this is the link which is available on the website, and it was linked in the agenda as presentation and is available and will be public facing shortly. So with that, we can jump right in. We will start with the plans and studies section. And with that, we have first the diversity, equity, and inclusion program implementation.
Good morning. Okay, so this one is related to the initiatives that come out of the DEI Advisory Committee. So we're looking at some of the things that have already come out of that committee as recommendations were the equity calendar, amendments to the community flagpole policy, looking at possibly doing a grants stream for groups that have initiatives that feed into the strategic initiative around diversity, equity, and inclusion. So this would be a top up for $30,000. The other piece was a piece of the staffing strategy to have a summer intern that would come in and help make these initiatives happen from the May to September term.
Councillor Adams.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Mayor. So I did see some of these items on, like, I don't sit on that committee, but I did see some of them within the minutes, but I haven't seen anything that has actually come to council. So are we going to expect to see a report that lays out some of these details, or are we just getting what we get today and we're supposed to make a decision on it now?
Through you, Mayor. So yes, we did bring, I'm trying to remember if we did. Yeah, we did bring a report to council that had the idea of what could come out of a program, a diverse and inclusive program. So that is fed through some of the community speakers that come to the DEI committee, and the DEI committee themselves from their lived experience, bringing some ideas forward that could be some steps that the township could take to working with more of a DEI lens.
Follow-up? Yes.
Yes, sorry. And apologies. I was aware that it was going into the DEI committee for those items to be discussed, but then all that discussion and all that good stuff happened, right? To like kind of build the program and make the recommendation.
That's right.
But at that point, it hasn't come kind of back to council in any detail.
Hey, you want to
Yeah. So I think what we're attempting to do today is to explain the $30,000 top up. But once you review the staffing strategy, you'll see that's in there. So if that is not approved, then that will back out of this budget. And then each item that is going to be a capital expense, the intent is to come to council, explain what will happen with that budget as we implement projects. So it's not a opportunity for the DEI committee to allocate funds. That comes from council, but they will make recommendations. We will bring reports first to the DEI, get their input. There's a working group on some of these initiatives, but everything will flow through council before it is approved for spending. I'm hoping I answered your question. Okay. That makes sense.
I think so.
Yeah.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. So you're wanting us to set aside the $30,000 now, or this will come later? Is that my understanding?
So part of it, it's just topping up the
grant funds
to get to that total estimated cost. And there's pieces that, like Pat had talked about, that come out, like the second part of the story is coming out in the staffing strategy.
And it will be earmarked for DEI approved events, initiatives.
Correct.
Okay. I'm looking at the equity piece here for everyone in Center Wellington. Can you add a little more to the flag policy?
So right now we have a community flagpole that is reactive to what the community is requesting. But there are some, through the equity calendar, there are some things that the township could, for example, purchase a flag for example, Pride. And we would automatically, under this policy,
do it,
honor some certain DEI days.
Yeah.
As opposed to being reactive for a community member to come forward, have a flag, and then we raise it.
I love that. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, any other comments or questions as it relates to this item? Okay. Oh, sorry, you're in the small corner and I do see your hand. Councillor Wilton.
No worries. Thank you, Mayor Waters. Yeah, I'd just like to pick up on what Councillor Adams was saying, that I do also feel that we haven't actually received much of this information back to council, and now we're getting kind of just some examples of what's coming in the capital budget, but it's not really connected to everything else that's going to be in the 2025 budget book. So I'm finding it a little challenging whether we say, I guess we're not saying yes or no today. We're just saying this can come back in the 2025 budget book, but I would like to know a little bit more about, I didn't quite get what the response was to Councillor Adams in terms of when some of this good information that's been happening at the DEI committee level, when that starts to get shared more broadly with council and with the broader community as well. So it sounds like there's been lots of great discussions at that committee, but I don't know when that comes back out of committee to be shared with the community and with council. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think what we're hearing is you want a little bit more detail on the breakdown of that whole budget. And we do have sort of how that could be spent in 2025 based on conversations. And then, so we can present that at an upcoming opportunity. And then before the actual spend, there would be an opportunity for us to come back again to ensure that that is, these 6 items, we're going to move forward on them. This is what they will cost throughout the year of 2025. But before we get to the budget book, we can come back with some ideas of how that's going to be allocated. If that is going to help council to make this decision, obviously no decision is being made today, but it is an opportunity for us to hear what you need from us.
Thank you. And just to follow up, I don't think it's just, yes, more details on the breakdown of how things will be spent, but even just the learnings that have been happening at the DEI committee level. I don't feel, maybe I'm just missing something, but I do try and read the minutes and I don't really get what the discussions are and what all the great conversations are and how we can kind of start to absorb that as a council and then out to the community. So I guess I'm looking for not just details on specific projects and spending, but just more sharing of knowledge, I guess is what I'm looking for. So I'm just curious when that happens in the process. And maybe that's me being unfamiliar with the committee structure and when things flow back and forth from committee to council and so on. So any more information on that would be greatly appreciated.
I'm going to probably jump in here. When we go through, and this is part of our job as well, we're obviously all on different committees as well. So when we have an opportunity every council meeting to talk about your committees, I think it's, and here's a good example. We need to, and I'm at fault at this as well. We need to be able to talk about this. And I know I was prompted on in terms of county council stuff, and you might notice I'm a lot better that way. But we all need to participate in that way. And that's part of your being on that committee is to report back on sort of the doings. I know some of these, especially with DEI being a relatively new committee, and I've sat in pretty much all of those meetings. It is a moving target for sure, but that's part of our job too as councillors to provide this information. Obviously we get reports from it, but there's also, as we all know, there are nuances that happen at these meetings, and so this is, I think your observations are quite valid, Councillor Wilton. We need to sort of all get better at this. And obviously, this even on the budget process, we're at the beginning of this budget process, so we have an opportunity to bring up some additional information that'll help hopefully facilitate your decision making. On that, I see Councillor Adams to the right of me here. Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think maybe my comments were misinterpreted, but I respectfully disagree with what was said there. At the last council meeting, we were about to approve the DEI minutes, and I had recognized within that minutes there was a policy in there that was to be approved and was asking council to approve that policy. And I had confirmed at that time that all we were doing was actually accepting those minutes because we hadn't received any information on that policy. And I do think that there is actually a responsibility of staff to come back to us and give us details on that policy that's been created in a new staff advisory. It's a two-way communication. And I agree with what you say about the updates on that, but there's also when there's like policies being sent to us in minutes to be approved by council, I do think that there's a staffing responsibility to provide us details.
Yeah, and I think what this is identifying, and this is part of the fleshing out a lot of times. So we're fleshing out this, we're still, and there are no excuses for this, but we're still a young council. We're, a little less than 2 years, and we're trying to figure out our way around these. And I think sort of bringing this out is more of a positive than a negative. And as we're going through the budget process, it's important to bring out these things. So I have no doubt that we'll figure it out and bring this forward. And if there needs to be some adjustments here, we can do that. I'll turn to Dan here to speak maybe further to that.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I agree with Councillor Adams that if there's policies or things to be approved from advisory committees, staff will bring them forward for approval. That's going to happen. But when it comes to what's happening in the meetings, like what discussions are taking place, the minutes aren't really meant to be fully comprehensive that way. That's not their intent. So I think we rely on councillors to provide updates, and at the same time, councillors can attend these meetings if they want to. So I don't think we can have the minutes reflect everything that goes on, but at the same time, you can be sure that if there's something that needs approval, staff will bring it forward.
Councillor McDonald.
Mayor Waters, I agree with what you're saying, Dan, and Mayor Waters and Councillor Adams. I think we can all do better with our council updates. I know I've started attending all the committee meetings, so I have updates for myself because I'm not getting them at council. I'm doing the best with my committee updates. I'm not saying that I'm the best at doing it, but there's two people really on each committee. So if one isn't there, the other one can help out. And I do think we can actually do better because there are conversations at committee level that don't get in the minutes. I do agree that we do need more discussion on the policy, especially if that's council as a whole that is deciding on that. And I'm part of that. But I really do think maybe we all could do better. But I mean, we can also ask each other questions aside too. I picked up on some things in Healthy Communities that are not in the minutes, but it was a really good conversation at the table. That's not my committee, and it's not for me to say here at council, but that's what I have for my information. I can honestly say I'd like more information on hospital. I would like more information on QMS. I'm the representative there, and to interpret all that information in a little bit at council is a lot of information to condense it down. So at that point, that is where I rely on staff to catch those details that I don't. And that is where I think this is a two-part process. That it is staff and council involved. That's just my take on it.
Okay, thank you for that. A good conversation. So we have a very full agenda, very cognizant of all our time this morning. So I'd like to turn it back to Adam, if you wouldn't mind proceeding. Thank you.
Yeah, not at all. Thank you, Mayor Waters. we'll now pivot into the Parks and Recreation section, and we will start the conversation with the Bellwood Hall concept design for accessibility and growth.
Yes, we're just looking at a top up for the Bellwood Hall, just to deal with there's the at the corner of the building, the foundation is crumbling, so we need to take a look at that, as well as to fully make this building fully accessible. So we're looking at an accessible front door, as well as making the washrooms fully accessible, as it's on a different level than the hall itself. So that we're looking at top up there, and I think with that top up, it brings the total just under 800,000.
Thank you, Matt. Comments or questions from council? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you. Thank you, Matt. And I totally agree with the top up for Bellwood Hall. It's really needed and important to do at this time. So I appreciate that. I do have a question though. I attended the Parks and Recreation consulting meeting at Bellwood last week. I think it was last week. And the hall really is the main asset in Bellwood, and it's the one we can kind of preserve. It has a lot of history, but also kind of revamp to be more modern and more inclusive and more accessible, as we need to do, but inclusive in a more general way too, of the different types of activities that could happen there, the different types of user groups that could make use of the space. So I'm just curious, with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan going on at the same time, is there any way to kind of take what the consultants are learning about Bellwood and our recreational assets and maybe even putting a little bit more money there? Maybe there's grants, or maybe there's other funds available that could go towards some additional improvements that could really meet the needs of the community. So I'm just curious if there's any conversation with the consultants that are doing that study right now, that there could be a little even more activity happening at the Bellwood Hall and what we do with this important building. Thank you.
No, that's a great comment. I know we haven't sat down with the consultants from that meeting, and we're definitely looking forward to hearing what feedback they did receive.
Any other comments as it relates to that? Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I'll keep it short this time. Through you, Mayor Waters. When I was first elected to council, we were dealing with Bellwood Hall. And my understanding is there were previous funds going into this. We were putting in accessible washrooms. We were doing all this stuff. And so we haven't done anything up to now, but we're now asking for more money. And, you know, I guess what I'm looking for is, with this retrofit, is there something there for seniors? Like in Elora, we don't have anything really for seniors. Everyone goes to the Victoria Seniors Park, which is a beautiful park, by the way, for seniors and recreation. But I think that when we look at these things, we have to put that lens on it too. I haven't talked to the consultant or anything, so I don't know much about it. But I would just like to see that included, and before we spend any extra at this point.
I notice Pat is making our way to the podium here, so we'll.
The price is right. I'm running. Yep. Thanks. So I just wanted to share, we are adapting feedback as we receive it. There was a session based on Parks and Rec programming that was held in Bellwood. And the feedback was, we would like fitness classes here. We would like some programming here. And so we started it right away, and it's had great uptake. So, but if we want to add more, we'll probably need air conditioning there. So we have to look at the structure through this process of the RFP going out, the design. We will be back to council to show options and what that's going to cost before we put the shovel in the ground. This is just our anticipated need for a top up now. And hopefully the project will fit within this budget. And then we can also bring back feedback as we're receiving it on the debrief from our Parks and Rec plan process. And it's all going to we hope, in one package to decide what we're going to actually do there. And within the RFP, there are opportunities where we will go to the Bellwood Community Hall and hold opportunities for engagement. So there's still all of that to come within this project.
And just further that, because I've like some of you have attended the community hall committee, or that's not a committee, but community group from Bellwood. Bellwood Hall has been on the radar with this group as those folks have, and we've heard it loud and clear. There's definitely a need to do something at this hall. They've expressed to us fairly clearly, to our staff and ourselves, the need to be able to have activities here, and how this is an essential component to the community there. So yeah, no, definitely the thinking is here, and obviously with the potential top up on here is to accommodate as many of those types of events that are really pertinent to the community there. So anyways, with that being said, Councillor McDonald.
So there was a meeting about the Bellwood Hall last week, was it? Did I miss that?
As part of the Parks and Rec plan,
okay.
Our consultants went to Bellwood to invite that community to ask them about Parks and Recreation needs in Bellwood. And so that's the debrief that we're waiting on. They haven't provided that yet.
Okay.
And I did also just want to clarify, while the thousands of people are listening, that when you said we haven't really offered senior programming anywhere else, we have started, like there's shuffleboard now and some other programs going on at the Elora Community Center now that we have some staff there during the day. We have a customer service counter. So we're using the hall for young baby programs and family programming and senior programming. So that is starting to roll out this fall.
That's so awesome. Thank you.
And daycare.
I'll turn over to Dan Wilson.
Thank you, through Mayor Waters. This is the same project from a few years ago when you were elected. The main goal here is to meet accessibility standards, but then we've had talks about what the design could be and other enhancements that we could make. I would like to point out too that if you remember our reserve fund policy, we have a wind turbine reserve that is dedicated funding to Bellwood. That is part of this top up. We're putting wind turbine money towards the Bellwood Hall. $220,000.
Just for follow-up. So through you, Mayor Waters, to CAO Wilson. So we won't be adding this into our taxes for 2025. It'll be taken from the reserve for that specifically.
Through Mayor Waters, that's a difficult question to answer.
Okay.
Our capital budget is separate from our operating budget. There's a linkage there where there's a transfer of funding from operating to reserves and then reserves to capital. That's the link, and Mark will be explaining that when we get into the operating budget. There's very little impact on taxation in the capital budget, but there is a small impact. But so what we talk about today can be talked about when we bring operating forward at the same time.
And will you need staff to operate this building in the future when it's done?
Bellwood has traditionally operated on a as-needs basis. We do the cleaning and we open it, or a renter can open it themselves. We intend to continue that. But if we're running a program, we had day camps out there. So yes, we had staff out there for a program for fitness classes and stuff. But I don't foresee a need to have full-time staff there unless it's open and being used for a program.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I think it's, I don't think it's going to be uncommon to see that a lot of these prices have gone up on projects that were like on the books, even if we stayed within the same scope. The reality is over the last couple of years, everything has almost doubled in price. So let alone if we're changing scope. I am curious, I know we did have think through a public meeting in some developers. Is there still some community partners around that are in the discussions with maybe a partnership in some of the improvements for Bellwood Hall?
Our objective is to start working on a design with the community group and then revisit possible community members, community partners to see if they're interested when they see what the design looks like.
Any other things pertaining to this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll pass it back to staff.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. We'll now just transition to the Farley Neighborhood Park.
The next two projects, and this one in particular, Farley Neighborhood Park, is a new park that is to be developed in the Beatty Hollis subdivision, just off of Ray Drive and Farley Road, north of Fergus. It will be entering into a park development agreement with the developer, Keating Construction, and we've received a preliminary concept right now. We're working through that and reviewing the concepts currently for what the park will look like, and we're looking for a top up. There's existing $100,000 in the budget. We're looking for a top up $200,000 for a total estimated project cost of $300,000, which is our portion of the budget, and that's Farley Park project.
Thank you for that. Comments, questions, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I think these next two parks, I'm really excited to see, even within your brief description there. I think it's really changed from even like the description of like these parks that we were seeing even like 3 years ago. The focus on our youth, I think, is so important. Our youth need places to gather and hang out and stuff. So I'm really happy to see in the designs the focus on the youth and from like that 12 to 18, because I think they're a largely forgotten segment in a lot of the traditional parks and rec setups in a lot of municipalities. So very happy to see that. Well done.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, just curious. Thank you, Mayor Waters. I agree with Councillor Adams. Great to see some more focus on the 12 and up age group, so I appreciate that. I'm curious with some of these new parks. I've noticed even with the park on Forfar, which isn't exactly new, it's a redesign of an older space, but the lack of shade, and as trees take quite a while to get to a maturity where they're providing shade, if we should be looking at incorporating more shade sails and shade structures into the parks to make them a little more comfortable to use, especially as we have increasingly hot spells during our summer months. So I'm just more comment on the park itself. I don't know how it impacts cost so much. And then this question might be getting back to what Dan just said about the impact of the capital budget on tax rates and not being able to really make a clear distinction. It makes it challenging today to understand whether 200,000 is going to be a significant top up or if that's within the realm of not having much of an impact on tax rates. I don't know if that's a question more for Adam perhaps or Dan even. So just curious about that. As I was going through this and reading in advance, I was like, what does this mean for the tax rate? So I'm all for parks and having them be more creative and more accessible for different user groups and that kind of thing. Just curious about how this impacts tax rate.
We have Mark here who will speak to that.
Great, thank you.
Mark, sorry, I'm happy to address the shade question as well. Have some.
With the numbers first and then the shade.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Waters. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this project is 100% funded from development charges, so there is no impact on taxation.
You got a lot of smiles around here there, Bronwyn. Okay.
For you, Mayor, to Councillor Wilton. So we are very aware of the impact of shade and the necessity of shade throughout the park design. And one of the comments actually in this particular concept for Farley Park, there's a lot of trees there. There's some concerns with SEPTED, which is too much privacy, I guess, and not enough visibility for the playgrounds, et cetera. So one of the comments is to lower the amount of trees. But in terms of the shade structures, the new playgrounds that are coming out now, there's lots of shade sails that are, you'll see actually one going in Victoria Park as well as in the Foot, the two new playgrounds. They incorporate shade structures onto the playgrounds, into the play structures as well. We have a pavilion that's concepted there to be covered as well. And then there will be certainly trees. They won't be fully shaded at this point for several years, but that is the intent, that they will add coverage as well. as well. So we are cognizant of that and working that with our designers.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other further comments on this particular park? Okay, so we'll move along.
Similarly to the former, this is Storybrook Phase 2 Park, which is located just off of Elliott Drive, a little bit further west of Farley, and just further down the road as well from Curvin Park. It's 2 sections, as you can see, kind of adjacent to a storm pond there, and the intent is to have a connecting link between the 2 parks, and we're currently in design concept for that at this point. We just received this week confirmation with our developer that they'll be engaging a landscape architect, and so we'll be looking forward to having a concept for that. I'm hoping for the Key Township meeting in October, so we look forward to working with them on that. And as you can see, we'll have a focus again to the 12 to 18 and our youth, encompassing all age ranges, really, essentially kindergarten up to 18. And the budget value for that estimated project cost is $450,000.
Yes, Mark, go ahead.
Before the question comes up, the Park 2 is funded 100% from the development charges, so no impact on taxation.
You got me at 100%. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on this? And I know, I know this is also connected to stormwater management, and I know our staff, and I'm very aware of that stormwater management in that, and I get lots of calls on that in terms of maintenance and level of maintenance that way. Obviously, as these parks come in and we take over these the park system, I know there'll be a sort of more of a greater attention that way to this, because I know right now in some of the neighborhood they're concerned in terms of the quality of that area being maintained right now. So yeah, so we've had chats with folks in that area, and we've also been pressuring the developer community as well to keep that area at a fairly accessible level right now. Anyways, that's just an aside, but I noticed one of my favorite spots right there. Okay, let's move on.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. We'll now transition to the roads and bridges section, and we will start off with a discussion on Colborne Street, BD Line North to Frederick Campbell Street.
Hello, Mayor and members of council. So, yeah, pleased to be here to speak to you today about some of these projects. So, Colborne Street from BD Line to Frederick Campbell. It's more than the description there, but we have kind of the external portion of the road that the township is looking after, and then the internal portion, which is internal to the Storybrook Phase 3 development. So we're actually realigning Colborne Street through the development, and with those works, we're required for that development to extend a water main. It also allows us an opportunity to upgrade Colborne Street, both internal to the development and external to the development. So some of the upgrades that we're doing is full reconstruction of the road, urbanization of the road, so installation of curb and gutter and storm sewers, and some great active transportation improvements also that consist of multi-use path on both sides of the road internal to the development, and a multi-use path and sidewalk to the development with some pedestrian crossings and intersection improvements going along with that project. Thank you.
And it seems to be a pattern here. We'll start with Mark.
I'll just add a little context to this, just so everybody can identify the projects in their capital budgets. I saw people flipping through. So items. So for this project, it's item 3740, and those are both under roads, and they are both, those components are 70% development charge funded, and then items 63 and 64 under waterworks. Okay, so it's 4 projects, 37, 40, 63, and 64.
Okay, comments, questions? This is a big number, so Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, a big number, but I think there's some big value there, big development charges going to it as well. So that's great. And it's good to hear some of those active transportation considerations that we have been talking about a lot as a council built in there as a standard. We're not even having to ask. So thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
I think this one is super important considering it goes to the hospital. It goes to some major, actually county things, OPP, the library, like it's all about accessibility there too. How are we funding this? Are we getting help with this? Are we, yeah.
Okay, so on the road side of things, it's both the projects 37 and 40 are funded 70% from development charges. The remainder would be our own internal reserves. So we've temporarily allocated some gas tax money or CCBF money to it. Some OLG money as well. And then I believe some general capital reserve money as well. Okay, that's on the tax supported side of things, so the road. On the water side of things, we actually have developer contributions covering, I should have pointed this out earlier, there's actually developer contributions covering off the water side of things. So projects 63 and 64. The total top up for the water is about 500,000 combined for the two components. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Through Mayor Waters, there's a service financing agreement that is coming forward as part of this as well, where, yes, a big portion is development charges, but it'll be an early payment of development charges by the neighboring developer that will be paying for this, and then they'll get paid back. So that we are working in partnership with the developer on this.
Thank you. That's a bit of a good news story. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions as it relates to this item? I just have sort of maybe to give me a better understanding of sort of what is being left. So obviously the reconfiguration of that stretch is happening, or potentially going to happen, or is going to happen. But we do have sort of a road right of way, that old one, which will be left. So is that considered as a potential resource? What is sort of the thinking here?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor Waters, for the question through you. So absolutely, that'll be a right-of-way that'll be maintained by the township, and it is a future opportunity. We don't have any firm plans yet as to what that will be used for, but could absolutely be some form of perhaps an active transportation facility or trail or something of that nature in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments, questions that relate to this item? Okay, let's move on.
Okay, thank you very much. So now on to Colburn Street, John to Wilson and Elora. So this project was triggered by the need to upsize both the sanitary sewer and the water main to accommodate the Ainley development in Elora. Again, presents us with an opportunity to kind of reimagine the road and what improvements could be accommodated there. So we will be urbanizing that segment of road. We'll also be adding a sidewalk on the south side. So currently there's a sidewalk on the north side, not on the south side. So the design does accommodate for another sidewalk extension on the south side, essentially connecting an existing sidewalk on the south side on either limit of that project. That project is going to be tendered in 25, constructed in 25.
So, Mark, we'll start with you to give us a little background on the financial piece.
Yeah, I'll just point out that this project encompasses item 36 under roadways, item 47 under wastewater, and item 61 under waterworks. So that's 36, 47, and 61. And I'm not sure if, Dan, if you want to, there's a service financing agreement I know going on with this one as well. I don't know if you want to speak to that or not, but
yes, through Mayor Waters, this is some of the underground work here is required for the Ainley subdivision. So the service financing agreement with Ainley
with the Ainley developer is contributing to this as well.
Councillor McDonald.
Is that the same area where we've just done a top coat recently?
So through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald. So it is not. So we have just done a microsurface pavement intervention in that area, but we have not included the limits of construction. We brought it right up to the limit of construction, but not within. Yeah. You're welcome.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Through you. Is it a standard sidewalk that you're putting in on the south side, or is it going to be like more of a multi-use path that would be able to have the kids being able to bike to the school in the neighborhood there?
Yeah. Through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. So it is a standard sidewalk. We looked at opportunities for a wider multi-use path, but there are just some constraints there with the existing driveways and hydro poles and the road right of way. So it is a standard sidewalk. It is going to be set back from the road, so there is going to be a bit of a boulevard there. Which we feel like is a safer design than a curb-faced sidewalk, which is directly adjacent to the road.
Any other comments, questions as it relates to this item? Okay, let's move on.
So the Fourth Line Bridge project, so this is on the Fourth Line, former West Garifraxa Township, also known as the Rockwood Road. So quite a busy segment of road, and this is a structure in need of a major rehabilitation. So the project includes replacement of the bridge superstructure, so that's the beams and the bridge deck, and also some safety enhancements in the way of guide rails and bridge railings. Thank you.
Mark.
I'll just very quickly point out, so since this is a bridge, it is funded under from dedicated capital levy and OSIF reserve funding. Okay, just like anything that's under the capital levy OSIF funded projects, which is the bridge plan. Okay.
Thank you for that. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So was the Fourth Line Bridge on our plan from last year on the replacement schedule? It was. I had a feeling I wasn't just looking at it properly. And so then the other question was, this is the only bridge replacement in 2025 that's being proposed?
Yeah, so through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. So we did some work on another bridge on the technically the Fifth Line. Okay. So it's on the other side of the west of the town line. So that was Bridge 4E.
Okay.
We did that work this year, and that work has been completed. So this is another bridge on the same road that's just a little bit north of that location.
Okay.
And to answer your question about, is this the only bridge replacement? This is the largest bridge project in terms of dollar value that we have next year. It's not technically, it's a rehabilitation because we're leaving the abutments, but it is kind of a replacement. Okay. Yes, for next year, this is kind of the major bridge project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments, questions from council as it relates to this? Okay, let's next one.
Yeah, so Hill Street East from Herrick to Gartshore and Fergus. So this is the sewer and the water main are at the end of their useful life. This is these are major priorities for replacement within our asset management plan. The pavement condition of the road, if anyone's driven that road recently, is also in quite terrible shape. So we'll be replacing the sewer, the water main, reconstructing the road. We'll be urbanizing the road, so curb and gutter and storm sewers, and we'll also be adding a sidewalk on the north side of Hill Street. So the road improvements along with replacement of all underground infrastructure.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you. Thank you, Adam, for the updates. I'm just curious, I'm not sure exactly how the flow of traffic works around Hill Street, but I know there's lots of complaints of transport trucks heading downhill. And I'm just curious, with the second phase of St. David Street happening next summer as well, will there be any potential kind of conflicts with Hill Street also being under construction, or is it not really a typical pass through that people are using to get around St. David Street.
Yeah, through the mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wilton. So we know with the St. David Street construction, we've been hearing from many folks in those neighborhoods that traffic volumes have increased, and it's a bit unpredictable on some days how that happens and where people go. I don't anticipate that I don't think Hill Street is a major cut through route, and I don't anticipate there will be any major impacts. And it is not part of the official detour route that we're encouraging people to take. So I don't believe it will be a big issue from a traffic perspective next year.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So just the sidewalk on the one side there. I'm assuming no multi-use, like separated lane or anything is happening here. But is it just a standard with parking lot? Parking on the sidewalk, or because there is like lots of students and schools within this area too.
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you for the question. So it is a standard sidewalk. We are going to maintain on-street parking on hills. So it's an 8-meter pavement width. So that's 2 meters for parking, 3 meters for each vehicle travel lane. That's kind of our preferred cross section for a road of this type. So with the sidewalk, obviously no sidewalk there currently, so we feel as though that is an improvement, but we don't have any dedicated on-road active transportation facilities planned.
Yep, follow up.
Yes, thank you. And we do have like the whole active transportation master plan going on. So kind of like the question before, are we taking kind of information that we're learning and gathering as we go through that process, identifying maybe where those paths will be and maybe where they're not, as we go and plan our 2025 projects?
Yeah, through the mayor, great question. Absolutely. So that study is very much in process. However, if there are things we're learning as we go, we'll certainly take those into consideration, make those changes as we have the opportunity to do so for 2025 construction projects like Hill Street.
Any other comments, questions? So will this be full curb and gutter, in terms of the walk system, sidewalk, it'll be concrete? Okay. Any other comments or questions on this? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to our next one.
Okay, so the second line, West Garifraxa from County Road 18 to 19. This is a well-traveled segment of road with the Grand River crossing, bridge crossing located in the segment, and this is a road that is in need of pavement replacement. So it's a major pavement rehabilitation project where we'll be pulverizing the existing pavement and making some drainage improvements on the road and repaving this segment of road.
Thank you, Adam. Comments, questions? Mark, anything to add to this? No? Oh, yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Adam, just curious, I know there's been a lot of talk from residents on this road to get it slowed down, and I believe the speed limit has now been dropped to 60 kilometers an hour. Will there be any other kind of traffic calming measures installed along the road as you do the repaving, or any other kind of features that might make the residents feel like it's a little bit safer done?
Yep, through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Wilton. So, through this year's annual traffic calming report, we did recommend reducing the speed limit to 60 on that segment. There were some traffic calming recommendations included through that report. I can't recall exactly what they were, but I suspect they might have been things like electronic speed display signs and enhanced enforcement. And these are kind of the key tools in our toolkit when we look at traffic calming in the rural area. So I think we're relying more on features like that and not traffic calming measures implemented through the reconstruction.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments, questions from council as relates to this item? Okay, next.
Okay, so finally, some may have heard of this project, the St. David Street reconstruction. So this is the second phase of construction. So happy to report the first phase of construction is going quite well and is on target to be completed this year. And the next phase that we pick up next year will be north of the Garifraxa Street intersection. So we're going to be completing the Garifraxa Street intersection this year. It'll be reopened. So it'll be from north of the Garifraxa Street intersection to Edinburgh. So this project is full replacement of underground infrastructure and active transportation improvements, and those are separated cycling facilities, wider sidewalks, and as part of phase one, new pedestrian crossing of St. George Street.
Yes, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'll just highlight a couple things. These are projects. 43 is the road, the wastewater is 55, and the water project is 68. And I'll just point out on the road project, there's about 1.6 million of connecting link funding to assist in funding the project.
Comments, questions from council? I know this council has been very in tune with the community there, and as well as the neighborhood. So I know we're all sort of highly sensitive to, in a good way, to what's going on in this area. Yes, Councillor Adams.
Through you, in the same vein, I think my concern right now is less on the capital side of this project versus this big for a long time, and it's really, really impacted those neighborhoods. And the staff have been great out there doing everything they can to, put up signage and responding to concerns when, you're identifying streets where transport trucks are flying down and putting up traffic calming. Again, I think just the more we can do on that and the more communication we can get out, extra signage, encouraging access to all of our businesses. It's so important in these kind of these big digs. So yeah, just hopefully let's keep a lot more of that going.
Any other comments from council as relates to this item? Okay, next. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. We'll now transition to the water and wastewater projects, and we'll start with the project at 495 Union Street West and the renovation of the Craighead House.
Good morning, everyone. Our first project under the water wastewater tab in the storyboards is the renovation of the Union Street residence, 495 Union Street West, referred to as the Craighead Cottage. This is a 1842 constructed cottage. Township bought this in 2009 in anticipation of a significant expansion at the Union Street sewage pumping station, which is immediately next door. Now that we have the sanitary sewer servicing strategy for South Fergus, which does not include the expansion of that sewage pumping station anymore. It's basically a new pumping station in the south end of Fergus, a force main coming down Guelph Street to Union Street right into the wastewater treatment plant. That expansion is no longer occurring, and staff feel that the timing is right to complete a major renovation of this heritage building. It is designated in 2017. It was designated under the Ontario Heritage Act, and so we've been working since then on the designated substances removal. There was hazardous materials inside, so that's all been removed. So it is ready for full renovation. The expected use, it's being renovated for essentially a future residential use. But in the meantime, certainly we've talked about at council before having the healthcare professionals kind of relocate to this location while the op center construction is ongoing. So take them from 965 Garcher Street and have this property available early next year when the op center construction is underway. So essentially in terms of next steps, we'll be engaging with the Heritage Committee this year. So we do plan on sitting down with them next month and going over we've got some options for floor plans. There's a lean-to, kind of two-story lean-to on the back that we're looking to replace and really engage with the Heritage Committee. We do need a heritage permit before commencing with the work. And so we're going to be presenting kind of our concept plans next month to them with the intent of kind of working through any comments, concerns they may have, and finalizing the design next year and ultimately completing the renovation as well. So. Financing, Mark, any discussion there?
There's not a lot to add to that. It's $200,000 we're proposing to fund from OLG money, and then $250,000 from the wastewater reserve.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor McDonald.
Through Mayor Waters, I'm really happy to see OLG funds used for something like this. This is a much bigger retrofit of a building than where we house our doctors now, I think. Yeah. Right? So this is a much more costly. Do we have other ones in Center Wellington that we own that would be less costly than doing this one at this point? I feel like you're already underway, so I don't want to put the brakes on it, but I'd just like to inquire that.
Yeah. From our perspective, it's a stewardship issue. We've become stewards of this, very important property in the township. It actually has connections back to Senator Black's family. Yeah. At this time it needs some attention. It was not in great shape when we bought it in 2009. And with the hazardous substances removal, it needs quite a bit of work. It's basically a gut from the inside and right back to the original walls and kind of redo. So it needs some work for sure. Do we have other buildings that would just be kind of move-in ready or require less work? I don't think we do. No.
Just to add to that, and through Mayor Waters, we were proposing to renovate this building regardless if the healthcare professionals are moving in or not. Just as Colin said, it's a very important heritage structure that we need to bring back up to standard. One of the short-term benefits is that we can have healthcare professionals there, but we'll have to determine what the long-term use is.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. I think this question's from Mark. For this year, there's $450,000 and the total estimated project cost is $800,000. And in 2024, it was $200,000. Was there budget in 2023 for this item as well? Or is this anticipated for 2026?
Just give me a second here. I've got to check the history here. Okay.
While Mark's doing that, I'll just interject a little bit here. Again, as we know, I know council is very 100% behind sort of the doctor recruitment. We know that program is extremely important for our community, and we've had obviously engaged discussions with medical community in terms of making sure that there are places for the doctors, especially if they're on locums that way. So obviously one of the things that we'll be dealing with as we move forward and the op center looks to move ahead, that building will need to sort of be decommissioned in terms of occupancy just because of ongoing construction, lovely noises, doctors work all hours of the day. So the value of having this property where it is, it's walkable distance to the downtown. The other thing too, and I will ask this after, but and just to give you a sort of a forward on this is the opportunity at some point when we don't necessarily need this anymore for the doctors, whether the opportunity to put it out to the marketplace at some point that way. So I'm not suggesting that, but just a thought that way, because any of the properties along this stretch have high value, and from a potential for a resale point of view, I think recovery of cost of something like this, I think would be something worthy of discussion at some point in time. But that's an aside. So that was my little aside as we were waiting for Mark. And Mark, are you okay to go now?
Yeah, it was perfect. You bought me just enough time. So 2022, there was, that's when the project was initiated. There was 150,000 put towards the project in that year. And then in 2024, there was 200,000 put towards it. Okay.
And what did you say when did we purchase this property, or when?
2009.
So that would also reflect the market value of that time. So it would obviously the dollar. What was the cost of that?
Yeah, it was on the market when I bought my house. And I do recall this one, I think it was around $300,000.
Okay.
So it's obviously worth way more.
Yeah. So that gives you a little bit of perspective. So I was hoping that would you say that. Anyways, yes, Councillor McDonald.
Good to know it's an asset. So that makes it easier. Just from a healthcare perspective, I get, this is our part in recruiting more doctors in collaboration with the hospital. I'm noticing in Northern Ontario, hospitals are adding on their own housing to retain them to stay, to practice here. This is more like a temporary solution, which has been, what did I see the data? 32 locums have gone through the old hospital. We're being recognized for that, and I think it's so positive. But I'm also looking to the hospital to think outside the box too. Happy to contribute, of course, but when I see other hospitals figuring it out too, I would like to see us, maybe incorporate county in this process.
Thank you for that. Any other comments, questions for Councillor Adams?
Thank you, through you. Just to kind of add on to this, I'm wondering, I feel like it's been a while since Stanley has been to council. I was wondering whether it'd be beneficial to have her in and give an update, and be nice to hear if they're actually, and I know sitting on the hospital board that they are saying in those meetings that they are feeling the impact of these things that we are doing, but I think it would be good to have her back and hear that. Yeah.
Thank you. And through Mayor Waters, we have offered for Angela to visit a few times a year, so I can reopen that invitation.
Any other comments, questions as it relates to this item? Okay, thank you. Let's move on.
Okay, so the next project featured in the storyboards is the Fergus Wastewater Treatment Plant Administration Building Expansion. So essentially, we have a very undersized component of the admin building at the Fergus Wastewater Treatment Plant. There's only one washroom that's combined with a change room. We have the SCADA control room in a hallway currently. Not really. We have operator workstations also in a hallway currently. So we do need additional space for operational needs at this facility. So this year we have we did engage Jacobs, who is a consulting firm that's kind of specializes in construction of and design of wastewater treatment facilities. They've done up a kind of a footprint concept design that would kind of meet the needs of operations going forward. And essentially looking at about 100 square meters expansion, which is kind of shown in the red area that's outlined there at the bottom of the little schematic diagram. I had to do the conversion, I think square feet. So, so it's about just about 1,100 square feet of expansion space. So, yeah, so happy to answer any questions. Essentially, the budget amount here would allow us to go into so there'd be a request for proposal for detailed design, and then probably get us to the tender stage this year with full construction in 26.
Okay, Mark, any background on this?
No, nothing really to add to the remaining projects other than this one is a wastewater project. It'll be 100% funded from wastewater money.
Again, I love that number. Okay, Councillor Adams.
Thank you. I think there's still an impact though, right, with even with the wastewater. But I'm just curious, this is a big project. The drawing here, which you can't really see in a lot of detail, that's the new concept or that's the current design?
It's sorry, the like the top drawing?
Yes, the drawing.
Yes, through the mayor. Yeah, so the existing building footprint is there, and kind of the area highlighted in red, outlined in red, would be the expansion area.
So would it be, sorry, just follow up. So would it be a whole, like a redesign of the whole red and yellow area then?
Well, you're not the whole yellow area. That's the existing building.
Okay.
But definitely, there'll be, hallways extended. There'll be kind of that expansion area will connect obviously with the existing area. But will it be a redesign of the existing area? Not so much. Like there's some electrical, there's an electrical control panel that will move into the existing area, but most of the work is in the expansion area.
Okay, because when I look at it, like there's a big chunk there, and it's just an executive office, right? And I know we've introduced a bit of like hybrid and stuff, and I don't know. I know in a lot of the municipal buildings, those big executive offices, those kind of days are gone, and we're kind of changing the way we view, the way we set up office space. And I think maybe it's also not being familiar with that. Like this could be a tiny little space, but I'm just looking at what I see in this graph. And I'm wondering if it would be beneficial. There's a lot of money being spent down in this area over the next little bit. I'm wondering if it'd be beneficial to get council down there and actually taking a look. I don't think we've done that as a group. We've did a little tour around when we were discussing Operations Center and in garages and things like that. But I'm wondering if it might be beneficial to get down here and kind of see what it is that we're updating.
Yeah, through Mayor Waters. Yeah, no, that's we are always willing to give tours of our facilities. So yeah, anytime we can certainly bring council through here. That office space is actually, I know the desk is shown there and it's just plopped in the middle. That's the drawing from the original. That's 1991. So we didn't update that, but there's actually multiple workstations in there now. That's part of our SCADA controls are in there. The library. So it's not executive. It's actually Jerry Atkinson, our overall responsible operator, and his supervisor all actually work out of that office. So yeah. So it's looks a little different than what you see there now.
Councillor Walton and then Councillor McDonald.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Colin. I was going to comment as well as Councillor Adams that does look deceiving. So maybe if as this continues on in the project form, it'd probably be helpful to have more up-to-date kind of representation of what we're fixing. Because right now, I think the public would look at this too and see a nice big executive office. So I just concur with Councillor Adams on that one and would love to see the place as well. I'm just curious, this might be more for Mark. When you say it's 100% covered by wastewater fees and stuff, I also agree with Councillor Adams that there's still some impact at some point, isn't there, in terms of the fees we charge? Or it seems like too easy an answer to say that we can just magically get $1.2 million covered so easily and with no impact on residential tax rates. So I'm just curious, maybe just for the sake of council and the general public who might be listening, if you could just explain a little more detail on what exactly that means in terms of the cost and where the money's coming from. Thank you.
Certainly, and thanks for the question. Yes, what I was alluding to is that it's 100% funded from wastewater reserves, so there's no impact on taxation. There is an impact, obviously, and it's taken into account in our water and sewer rates. Okay, and we have a study that's updated every 5 years to that effect, and we're due actually to have that study updated next year, which will set the rates for the next 5 years.
So there's just follow up. Sorry, Mayor Waters. There is only like one taxpayer, so there's still the people who are on municipal services are still covering this cost in one way or another.
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Through Mayor Waters, and just to add to that, the difference here, I agree there's one taxpayer, and this is wastewater rates compared to property taxation. The difference here is, from a tax perspective, we've been trying to invest in our assets through asset management planning for the last 3-4 years. We've been doing that for water, wastewater for over 20 years. So we've been setting rates, and this is prominently due to what happened in Walkerton back 20 some years ago. But we've been setting water, wastewater rates that have been promoting full cost recovery for over 20 years, which means we're in a much better position for water and wastewater to fund capital such as this than we are property taxes. So we're not taking for granted that it's water or wastewater funding. We're just saying we're financially in a better position with water and wastewater because we've been at this for 20 years.
Great. Thank you. I think that explanation is helpful for people to hear. So appreciate that.
And and just to add to the importance of this facility, is probably one of the higher priorities in terms of what we do and how we protect the environment. So it definitely has a high level of value that we have. It's important that we stay on top of these things because, as everyone can appreciate, if we do not do that, the cost of these things are very high, and the sort of issues that may come as a result of sort of a lack of looking at these facilities can be detrimental to. So, I don't know if you want to add further to that, Colin.
No, that's a great point. We're in a very regulated environment, and all our operators hold licenses, right, that allow them to operate the plant, but then also operate and maintain the collection, the wastewater, storm sewer collection system. And this is the hub. This is the hub for all that activity. So even our new consolidated linear infrastructure environmental compliance approval, so CLI-ECA, that we received a couple of years ago, that the team that helps us comply with all that regulatory framework works out of this building. And so very important, and to protect the Grand River as well. Very, very important piece of infrastructure in the community.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. I certainly don't like to hear that we've got SCADA in the hallway. That's not great. Is there if I'm mistaken, is there a conference room there that we could utilize in the interim?
There is no conference. No, there's no meeting room space. But they use the lunchroom, I think, as
yeah, that's not ideal. I know that's not great for staff. It's not great for overall health of staff, actually. With regards to the new operations center, is this interim until that, or how are you utilizing staff with both?
Through the mayor. So, the staff, wastewater staff will not be going to the op center. So, all their equipment, tools, staff will be based out of this facility.
So we're looking for long-term. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions as it relates to this item, this part of our agenda? Okay, so let's move on.
Okay, so just a little bit further down the laneway at the Fergus Wastewater Treatment Plants, we have a project here related to the replacement of the dome-shaped roof on the primary digester. So I don't know if council may recall this, but this was the previous term. We actually replaced the secondary digester roof, and it was end of life and actually leaking biogas to the atmosphere. It was done, and so that has been replaced. But the basically same materials, similar design. It's for the primary digester, so it is also at end of life cycle. And so basically this project will get us through detailed design this year, or concept design, and put us into a position for tendering the project in 2026. So this is a design budget, and with the idea of doing the replacement in 2026.
Okay. Comments, questions from council? I have a question. Is there opportunities for some funding on this provincially, or is this just sort of it's part of our day-to-day expectations from this community?
Yeah, no, great question. None that I'm aware of. It seems most of the funding that's available is connected with housing development, right? There's the Housing and Enabling Water Systems Fund, which is more about expansion, right? And it has to show, number of housing units developed as a result of the project. So there's nothing really that we're aware of at this time for kind of life cycle replacements.
Is this something that we should, and I guess we do have opportunities to meet with various ministries that way, that we should probably remind them of this and just say, hey, we can appreciate the efforts to help with our expansion, but we have existing conditions that require help at times. So this is something that we can chat with ministry folks that way.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, no, that's always a great option to raise the profile of some of these issues. As Councillor Adams raised earlier, the cost of construction is only going up, and we're seeing that on infrastructure projects for sure. So if there's opportunities through AMO or other avenues to connect with ministers, that'd be great.
Yeah, because as we can all appreciate, these aren't insignificant numbers. So any other comments, questions from council as it relates to this item? Okay, thank you, Colin. We'll move on to the next.
Okay, last project here. So this is a water meter replacement capital project. So what we're effectively doing with this project is replacing the remaining first generation water meters that are still out in the in people's homes and businesses that kind of keep track of water use. And in total in the system, we have about 8,500 water meters. So that's residential and kind of ICI sector customers. And of those 8,500 that were mostly installed back in 2003. There's 5,000 of that first generation still remaining. So that's what this project is focused on doing. They have a life cycle of 20 years, and just looking at replacing those 5,000 remaining meters. Extent of it. So happy to answer any questions on this project.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Adams.
Thank you. So this would get us through the last of the old ones? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Further comments, questions from council? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move along. Sorry, did you have a Yes.
I
go
was
ahead.
just going to propose a potential break before we get into the sheets.
Okay. Yes. So why don't we do that? Again, sort of winding our time this way, but why don't we take a 5-minute break? Bronwyn, we'll see you back in 5 minutes. Okay.
Excuse me. Could I propose 10? I also have to move my car.
Okay. Yeah. So let's make it 10. So, okay. Okay. Thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes. but we're just making sure everyone was not that far away. Okay, go ahead.
I'll just give a little tiny feedback for when other people are signing in virtually. You can't hear or anything at all when you're once you guys turn the microphone off, so it's hard to tell when people are gathering again. It's
okay.
Silent, so there might be a little. Somebody prearranges to email or text the person who's waiting, but just as a little feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so why don't we, everyone's in the room now, so why don't we get back at it? I'm going to turn it back to Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Waters. Just up until the close, we had worked through the story map exercise and addressed much of the larger capital projects. But for now, we will walk through the report itself in a more fulsome fashion, and we'll go section by section, affording council the opportunity to ask any questions. And I would encourage you to do so if there is anything that requires clarification. We do have a fairly large staff complement ready to address any questions they may have. So don't hesitate to take the opportunity to ask questions if there are any particular projects that you do have questions on. And with that, I will turn it over to Mark so we can start walking through on a section by section basis, starting on page 1.
All right, thank you, Adam. So as Adam mentioned, we'll go through section by section. So the first section that is on the 2025 preliminary capital budget document, it's page 615, I think, in the agenda as well. But page 1, essentially, studies are items 1 to 7. We did cover off item 2 in the storyboard. So I'll just open up for questions on items 1 to 7.
Okay, questions. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Wondering about the municipal accommodation tax implementation. It seems to be one of the higher studies that we've done, and I'm just kind of wondering where those costing estimates have come from. Seems like sometimes municipalities kind of undertake this without consultants. Sometimes, they're able to kind of get the policies and programs up and running in-house. So just a little bit more detail on that would be helpful.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you for the question, and through Mayor Waters. This project, if council approves it through the ongoing economic development and tourism strategy, the cost really depends on what direction we take on developing the municipal accommodation tax. One of the requirements of this tax is to have a separate organization, a destination marketing organization, a DMO, that takes at least half of the funding from the MAT tax and uses it for tourism related initiatives. So we have to figure out what that structure looks like, and different municipalities set up a structure many different ways, and it could mean setting up a separate organization. So there's costs associated with doing that from a legal perspective, setting up bylaws, incorporation, and that type of thing. So it's an average. It could be less, it could be more, depending on what direction we take. Staff were trying to be proactive here, and I know a few members of council have mentioned investigating a MAT, and we have asked our consultants doing the economic development and tourism strategy to give us some recommendations around a MAT. So this is making sure there's funding available to hit the ground running with that.
Councillor Walton.
Great, thank you. I had that same question, so thank you, Councillor Adams, for asking that. And the answer, Dan. And I would hope we can do it for less than that amount of money. But anyway, you've answered that one, so thank you. But I did have another question on the public engagement strategy and just a little bit more information about what this all encompasses and what the purpose of the study would be.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. And through Mayor Waters, So this is to look at our overall strategy for public engagement, as the name implies. As we grow, we feel like we're doing more and more engagement every year, and there may be opportunities, strategies, best practices we could use to optimize that engagement and get more feedback, getting our residents and our businesses more engaged in what we're doing on a year-to-year basis. So this is to hire a consultant to go through that and help us set a strategy on how we engage the public going forward.
A follow-up, Bronwyn, or are you good with?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I have one more quick one. I think it's an easy one. It's just clarifying. The project number 6, the Wellington Road 18 land study project, is that not part of the current Parks and Recreation master plan or plan process? And if not, is this just a kind of a top up or an additional kind of piece that we'd be anticipating needing to do next year?
As you can see, Pat's come into the screen, and here she is to speak
Thank
to
you
that.
for the question. It is an opportunity for us to initiate some of the studies that would need to be done. That land needs to be rezoned. There needs to be some concept planning for that, and all of those things need to get started. So that's sort of an initial budget to try and get some of that work started. The part of the also look at where will everything go after we get the results of the Parks and Recreation plan. That is not in scope for the work that is being performed right now. And so we need to have some funds to also take a look at a top up. If that is, if there's money not left from that whole project, then we also need to take a look at that. So that's a fund for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Jefferson and Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I was just wanting to know with the public engagement strategy, the breakdown of it is 80 under reserves and then the 10 and 10 under water and wastewater. I was just wondering why.
Thank you for the question, and through Mayor Waters. When we do corporate things like this, which is corporate communications, there's a benefit to our water wastewater system and our water wastewater departments. It's a best practice that we use in many areas that we allocate 20% of the cost to water and wastewater because they do see a benefit from the strategy.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, back to the MAT tax, through you, Mayor Waters, sorry, to CAO Wilson. You said 50% will go to the consultant, what that will implement and how it looks like going forward. The other 50%, is that what we will keep to put back into the town? I'm just looking for, I get comments of we can't keep paying for tourism, and this is a good example of how we can get back from tourism for the municipality.
Yes, thank you for the question. Through Mayor Waters, the legislation says at least 50% has to go to this destination organization. You can set up a structure where the municipality has some say in where that is spent. But in addition, the piece that can be retained with the township, that is typically for impact areas that cost the township from tourism. And we can flush all of that out through whatever policies we develop as part of this investigation.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you. The procurement process enhancements, we saw that one on the list last year as well. Just curious if that's like just a top up or that prices changed or the scope. And the second part to that would be, so kind of what you said about the public engagement strategy, Dan, where that would benefit all, I would see maybe like improvements in our procurement process. So like, how do you determine when and when not to? Anyways.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Adams, and through you, Mayor Waters. Yes, this is a top-up to the existing budget. We did put forward a new policy recently, and this is more of the development of that with the kind of supporting procedures beyond that. So with that, we also have to look at some of our template versions. There are some updates to some of our contractual agreements that we have to stay on top of to support that. So really, this is a top-up to support continued enhancements along that, along with potentially the investigation into a purchase order system that will provide us more reporting and better opportunity to engage again on the electronic e-bidding systems, other things of that nature. So it's a more of an integrated approach to our procurement processes going forward.
Any other comments, questions on this section from council? Okay, I did have a question on one of my favorite topics, development charges study. So maybe you could speak to that, Dan.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Waters. Yes, we currently have a development charges study in place. It has been in place since 2021. We are required to update that every 5 years under the previous legislation. So with that, we have one of a vintage that requires an update for 2026. It is a long process in terms of developing in a fulsome manner that would be advantageous to the municipality on a go-forward basis. So this gets the capital dollars in place for us to market and engage and consulting firm to support kind of the development of that study with hopes that we will have passage in 2026. Previously a 5-year cycle, but with the changes in legislation, this would set us up for the future 10 years as opposed to the 5. So this is going to be a more in-depth approach where we would look at local service policies and some of the other service delivery options that would be eligible for development charges going forward.
And the importance of being out in front that way. Maybe you could speak to that just in terms of especially going through all the issues of development coming down the pipe.
No, again, a great question. Yes, absolutely. You see, we're currently engaged in a number of plans and master planning processes now that will effectively inform the development charge study going forward. And it's important that we have that legwork done now to establish us such that we're identifying projects that will set us up for the anticipated growth into the future. So it is imperative that we get this right to maximize the development contributions to support our growth-related investment needs in terms of our capital structures.
I probably know the answer to this one, but I thought I'd ask it as well. It's important to identify that because if they're not identified, then there's some implications that way.
No, again, absolutely right. Identification of those major projects is important. It is a costly undertaking, as you can see through the capital ask, to kind of open up the background study and bylaw. So having all those projects identified early and incorporated to ensure that we're maximizing our DC collections to support future requirements from a capital nature, again, hugely important.
Thank you for that. Okay, any other comments, questions as it relates to this section? So why don't we proceed down to the next part of this?
Yeah, so the next section is the corporate section, so items 8 to 14. So we did not cover any of these off in the storyboards earlier.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. It looks like there's a pretty significant investment that is happening here within ITS compared to like our previous budgets. So I'd just be interested for a bit of an explanation into some. Maybe speaking to 8 to 13 together, a lot of cybersecurity stuff, which I think we could all understand maybe why that's being put in. Curious if there's any staffing impacts there with this kind of heavy investment. And then maybe speaking to line 14 there, the short-term rental software acquisition separately. Thank you.
No, thank you for the question, Councillor Adams, and through you, Mayor Waters. You're absolutely right. Continued focus on cybersecurity, kind of bolstering our resilience to kind of potential cyber attacks. For items 1 and 2, they're basically ongoing needs. We have aging fleet and we have new people coming on board all the time. So that's really to enable us to get the requisite infrastructure from an IT perspective in place to facilitate that growth and break fix for that matter. The cybersecurity managed detection and response, that's really an outside live kind of monitoring service that kind of monitors our network on an ongoing basis to ensure that we're responding to threats and they're not getting penetrated through our firewall systems. We have the external AP firewall concentrator that's really focusing on our mobile device network, and really with the proliferation of mobile devices, both on our network internally, and that's also extends to our public Wi-Fi systems. We see more and more action on that, more uptake, more utilization. Our current concentrator is limited in terms of the throttle, in terms of the throughput, and with more and more devices all the time, this provides us a little bit more bandwidth going forward to support the growing needs. The cybersecurity playbook, this is just really a best practice to have in place should we be subject to a cybersecurity threat or incident. This gives us a roadmap in terms of action items going forward and best practices, getting those remediated on a timely basis. The O365 endpoint security implementation, that's really, we're seeing an increased utilization of the cloud and the Microsoft suite. So while we do have an endpoint security system in place, we're transitioning away from our existing one, which is becoming increasingly costly as we get more ingrained into the Microsoft kind of ecosystem, I guess you could call it. So really this is just transitioning that to, it's a more robust endpoint with more functionality. So that addresses that one. And the last one, from a short-term rental software acquisition and implementation, that is contingent upon council's determination in terms of whether or not we will be going down the licensing path. And again, just being proactive in terms of having capital dollars available should we need to turn that switch on and have something in place for future requirements.
Follow up. And I'm not sure if I'm looking in the right section, but something near and dear to my working heart. I thought there was like a budget that was set aside for administration in terms of like electronic document management systems. Would that show up in this section, or is that somewhere else? Or is that even within capital?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We do have a records management capital project. It's not going to be put in place for this, but you will find that as part of the 10-year capital forecast going forward. And the intent there was to dovetail that with the build out of the corporate operations facility. So as we're transitioning records, that provides us a great opportunity and some synergy to have a look at that in a more fulsome manner.
Okay, any other comments, questions as it relates to this section? Okay, yep.
One more. I know that there's a lot of great nonprofit organizations in our community that are really limited in their resources. I know some municipalities have been donating like cell phones. So as corporate cell phones, we need to make sure that like they're stay up to date and, with all of our updates to support all of our applications. And so then their useful life potentially for us is a little bit less than for somebody that needs like a talk and text phone or something. I'm curious what our disposal process currently is for like corporate mobile devices, and if that's something staff may be able to look into to help support like Women in Crisis or some other great organizations around the community.
A great question. Currently, our process in terms of utilization of cell phones is really run to failure. Contractually, we're obligated to new devices, I believe, for a 2-year cycle in terms of replacement to be eligible for any kind of corporate discounts. That being said, we also have what we're referring to and implementing now is an MDM, or a mobile device management setup, where they can be managed in-house. So if they go lost, we have the ability to wipe them remotely, other things of that nature. But really, we try to get as much life cycle utilization out of them as we can. And by that time, with the battery lives, as we all well know, we're typically tethered to a cord, and by end of life, there really isn't a great deal of useful life left. But that's kind of where we reside right now.
Okay. I think that looks it for this section. So why don't we move down to the next part of this report?
Yeah, the next section, municipal buildings, is a small one there. So just items 15 and 16.
Comments, questions as it relates to this portion? Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, what are the renovations? I guess is my question. You're up. Sorry.
No, you're good. So the tourism office renovations is the idea that we currently aren't using the washrooms interiorly fully to their effect. We're looking at potentially adding a powder room for staff only. That way they don't have to interact with the 4,000 customers that we had down there on Labor Day weekend. So this was an idea that we can create a powder room and then open up the current washrooms that we have to their full capacity. Since COVID, it's been a struggle having staff use those washrooms at the same time as the public because one, they can't get in due to the lines out the door. So we're looking at the opportunity of putting a staff only powder room type of option for a washroom internally in the space.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you. Actually, from an HR lens too, I think we should be doing that. So thanks for explaining it.
No problem.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. I think this question will be for Mark. Just curious about like the reserves, like what reserves that would be funded from.
Yeah, so essentially this project is just being proposed to be funded from the General Capital Reserve.
Any other questions, comments from this portion of it? Okay, seeing none, let's move down to the next section.
All right, next section's fire. There's only one item, and it's item 17.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Just curious whether this is a life cycle replacement or if it's an addition to.
So what this number has been carried along for a few years now. When we decided to purchase the new pumper, this $80,000 would pay for equipment that's not so easy to move from one pumper to the other. So as you know, we're taking the pumper that we just replaced, we're refurbing it, but we're going to keep it in the lineup. So this is sort of like 1,000 feet of supply line. Other things that are very difficult to move in a short term, things like SCBA that are very expensive will actually move from truck to truck when we have to use the other one. And being that it's in service, you may need the supply line and things like that at two separate occasions or at the same fire. So that's what that money's for.
Any other comments, questions from council? Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Let's move down to the next section, health and health services.
Yeah, so the next section, health services. So this is cemetery items, and I'll just point out that under the reserve column there, these two items are actually funded from the cemetery reserve. So we have a mechanism in the operating budget whereby if we turn a surplus from the cemetery division, those funds go into the reserve. And if we happen to turn a deficit in the year in the operating budget for cemeteries, the reserve would come in to fund it. But over time, we have been able to build a reserve up that is used to fund capital as well.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. So it looks like from last year, this budget has doubled from what I see. So I'm just kind of wondering if you could give us more detail there. And I do know this phase 2A of Block D was the neighboring community was very involved at the time when this was initially being designed. And I'm just kind of curious what we may see related to this project coming back to council before we make those final kind of design and detailed decisions.
Yes, through the mayor. Thank you, Councillor Adams. So the design is in process. It has not been finalized. The reason for the difference in price is there's some retaining wall work that has to be done. So most of the cost is associated with grading to prepare this area for future expansion. And there has been a retaining wall need that's been identified kind of along the south boundary of that area.
Thank you. I would just request that, like, if council could see, again, this wasn't a project that happened during our time. If maybe staff could present some information related to this, it's a pretty big project, I know.
Yep, through the mayor, absolutely. We can come back with that information. You're welcome.
Councillor McDonald?
Through you, Mayor Waters, we don't need anything right now for the cemetery in Elora. Both cemeteries.
Yeah, so through the mayor, thank you, Councillor McDonald. So we're kind of constantly monitoring the uptake and planning for future capacity. And so from what I understand, there are projects you'll see come forward when we present the 10-year related to future expansion in Elora also.
And my understanding too, especially with the Fergus work, is the Bellside Cemetery. Part of this is to pick up space because we're sort of running out of room there, and whereas the Elora site has a lot more space. That's my understanding, or do I have that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. It's again, it's kind of a meeting demand type of calculation that's done, and we're ensuring that we're bringing the capacity when we need it.
Okay. Okay, Council, any other further comments, questions as it relates to this one? Okay, thank you, Adam. We're going to move down now to transportation and public works.
Yeah, so I'll try to break this into smaller components because this section spans a few pages. So I think one natural break here would be on the capital levy OSIF funded projects, which essentially is the bridge plan. Okay, so all of these projects, as I mentioned earlier, are funded from the dedicated capital levy, as well as a portion of the OSIF funding that we receive in the year. So these would be items 20 to 30, and we've already spoke about item 27 on the storyboard earlier.
Okay, comments, questions from council relates to this section. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. So when we look at something like line 22, the pedestrian bridge behind the Fergus Grand Theatre, that was something that I don't think we did see. Maybe it was in the forecast, like the long-term forecast capital last year. Is that right? So it's being brought from the long-term. It has been slated for 2025, or what, has it been moved up from the previous forecast?
I'll point one thing out to start with. It's actually project number 2019-089. So that means it's been around somewhere in the 10 years since 2019. So Adam can take it from there.
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you, Councillor Adams. So with the bridge capital plan, there's always movement kind of year over year, and we're constantly kind of shifting priorities based on asset needs and what was completed the year prior. So I can't recall exactly where this project was last year, but it kind of, these projects tend to move around in the bridge capital plan.
Any other? Go ahead, Mark.
It was actually sitting in 2025, it looks like, in 2024.
Any other comments, questions from council as it relates to this section? Councillor McDonald.
You, Mayor Waters, the Weisenberg Road Bridge, 5P. So we're doing this in 2025?
Yeah, so through the mayor, thank you, Councillor McDonald. So this is a shared bridge with Woolwich.
With Woolwich.
And this is actually money to do a study similar to an EA to determine what the future of that bridge will be.
Because I know people are really missing this bridge. I think it's important. And so the funding will come out of our bridge fund eventually?
Yeah, that's correct. A DCL budget.
Okay, thank you. Perfect.
And I know council knows this, but this is really, we work with Woolwich on this, but it's actually Woolwich part of their part of their infrastructure. So, but we know it's a lot of shared, especially on this particular item. So, any other comments, questions as it relates to this section? Okay, seeing none, let's move along. Thank you, Adam.
All right, so I'll just group a couple of smaller sections here. So Public Works Other and Roadways Rural. We already talked about item 34, second line. So essentially these are items 31, 32, 33, and 35.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Questions on both 32 and 33. We'll comment on 33. So starting with line 32, the active transportation improvements, is this for particular projects you already have in mind, or is this kind of a placeholder for projects that might come out of the active transportation and mobility study, or a bit of both?
We're just waiting for Adam to come back here. So
in my steps in today. So thanks for the question, Councillor Wilton. So we thought with the active transportation study, it'll be concluded in 2025. We wanted to have some kind of seed money available to implement kind of the low hanging fruit type recommendations from the active transportation master plan. For example, things like bike racks, perhaps some precast curbs and bollards in certain areas to create active transportation facilities. Those types of things. We wanted to ensure we had some money available in 25 to implement those recommendations.
Great, thank you. And I assume those will all kind of come out through the engagement and the outcomes of the study and discussions with the Healthy Communities, the Active Transportation Working Group, and all of that.
Yeah, absolutely, through the mayor. So it'd be based on the recommendations of that study, which incorporates all of that consultation and feedback.
Okay, super. Thank you. And Mayor Waters, may I follow up on line 33?
Yes, please go ahead.
It's really just a comment. We've heard a lot recently from the downtown businesses in Fergus and about how much of a priority this is. And I guess my one question is, I'm a little concerned that might not be enough money, considering what I've heard from Colin Baker is that there's some significant underground work that might be needed to make the lighting actually function more properly. So I'm just curious if, I think it's definitely a priority. So I hope this kind of stays at the top of the project list for 2025 and happens. But then also just making sure we're actually setting aside enough money to do all of the necessary work to make the lights actually function downtown Fergus and behind the downtown Fergus area. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Wilton, and through the mayor. So this project budget is to replace 20 light fixtures in the downtown. We're also adding additional lighting on St. Patrick Street through this budget. There's also an existing capital budget that's addressing it's kind of a work in progress on the west of Tower Street on St. Andrew Street. So the contractor is just finishing up that work. That's basically replacing the wiring between the light standards on that block. So between those projects, it should address all the issues that we're having with streetlights in downtown Fergus. So 20 replacements, another additional lighting on St. Patrick Street. We've received quite a few comments that's quite dark through there, and it's basically every other hydro pole has what we call a Cobra Head street light on it. So that block, or those couple blocks, we're going to do every hydro pole through this capital project. So that's the plan with these works.
Follow up, Mayor Waters?
Is it related to this
lights?
item?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Just curious. In that regard, I know in Elora, a lot of streetlights and lamps have been kind of beautified at the same time. St. Patrick Street is getting to be more of a commercial component of our downtown core. So will any of the new streetlights have a little bit more of a decorative or kind of pedestrian friendly feeling to them, or will it just be the standard kind of hydro pole lights?
Sorry, for St. Patrick Street, is that?
Yes, St. Patrick Street.
St. Patrick Street. Yeah, right now we're currently planning for an arm, and it's with the Cobra head style of LED fix already on half of the hydro poles on St. Patrick Street. So it's basically taking what's there and putting it on every pole.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Your Mayor Waters. I think we're missing the mark on the lights not being coach lights like we've done in Elora. I think in keeping with the theme of both the downtowns, just jumping on what Councillor Wilton has said there. And can the lights support, being cautious of the night sky as per, our past council meeting, but allowing the BIA to possibly put lit up wreaths, at Christmas time, like making the street lights more functionable, not just for casting light, but that will incorporate the Fergus BIA too for future engagement. So is that a possibility? I know the coach lights are expensive, but if we're doing it in one part of Center Wellington, I really feel we should be doing it in the other part. They're inviting. I just think it looks good, but.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald. So through the mayor, so we have a decorative style of light in downtown Fergus. It's a little different. Like we've kind of little different than what we do in downtown Elora. I believe it's the Wellington is actually the name of the style of light in Fergus. But yeah, certainly, we do have an opportunity, I think, on St. David Street, if there's an interest to do something, maybe it's a little different. There is an opportunity there. And if like what this capital project is doing, it's the globe actually is staying the same. It's the internal components of the light that are being replaced. So it's not the fixture itself. It's more the internal LED components. But certainly with St. David Street, if the BIA is looking for maybe a different aesthetic or something, we'd be certainly open to those discussions. Yeah.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. So this is just replacing 20 light fixtures, like on the whole of the main street from like way down by Gente and Fergie's all the way down to the Breadalbin and then the sides as well.
So not the tower to Breadalbin block. So that's a separate capital project where we're replacing the wiring. So this would be between tower and yes, all the way down to Gowrie, kind of that. And it's the internal components of the streetlights would be replaced. So there's still a number that are underperforming that are dull, and basically it's like a multi-layer cake kind of, and so some of the layers just aren't working. The thought was they popped out, but they've all kind of fused together. So the whole internal component needs to be replaced.
Thank you. So only 20 of them are. I'm just trying to understand because almost all the lights in the downtown core, like even just between Tower and St. David Street, there's 17 light standards just between there, and almost all of them are out. And that's not counting the ones that are on Tower Street Bridge that are out, and then the ones going up Provost that are out, and then the ones that extend down past the Royal Bank that are out. So I'm not sure if 20 replacements is enough, or is this something you're going to do some this year and then some next year? Because there's a huge concern as a business owner in the downtown core for the lighting and the lack of lighting, the increase in vandalism, the increase in crime. We've had a jewelry store that's had their windows smashed. We just had our pharmacy have their windows smashed like 2 weekends ago. And there's graffiti everywhere, and people don't feel safe walking in our downtown, and that's staff plus visitors. So This to me is a low hanging fruit, as we've said, to fix things, to make it better and to improve the quality of life in our downtown core. And then also the curling club, where we ask people to park and there's one light bulb up there and that's it to get there at 9:00 at night when your store closes. But those are just comments. I think we need to relook at that. But thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. So to clarify, what is the life cycle of a pole of these components that you're speaking about?
Sorry, the life cycle.
What is the life cycle
of the whole street light, or
like of the pole and the components, like the average light standard in the downtown?
I don't know. We have like a life cycle management plan for
like
street lights. Yeah, like it. Yeah, like the pole is concrete, so we would expect to get probably 30 or 40 years out of a pole, but it's what we're having trouble with is the internal components right now.
And I understand that, and we got to put the like health and safety aspect of it first. But if it is that long of a life cycle, should we be doing it right the first time, right? Like in terms of meeting the health and safety and providing the proper light and everything, but also bringing in components of, like, we're spending so much time and on all these plans and active transportation and everything to move people through our communities. It seems that we should also be having a little bit of doing it fully and doing it right, and maybe adding a little bit of design aspect to it at the same time.
Okay. Sorry, just to clarify, design as an additional lighting locations. Is that
health and safety first, right? Make sure there's proper light everywhere, but also maybe just moving away from the standard design that we have. And is there a consistent look and feel that we want to give to Center Wellington in terms of, I don't know all the names that you guys just talked about, but yeah, the Wellington versus this versus, yeah.
Through Mayor Waters, Colin, that area of St. Patrick has overhead wires, right? So do you want to talk about the difficulty of doing something else with lighting when you have overhead wires?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it's all overhead utilities along there. Like typically, we will, we're in the downtown when we're doing a reconstruction, just like East Mill. That's the opportunity to get those overhead wires underground and include decorative lights, right? So definitely during reconstruction, as a retrofit to add more decorative lights in the downtown. That's currently, that's not on our radar currently. And typically, like, our policy has been, through reconstructions, that's when we incorporate the decorative lights. And then we work with existing hydro poles, utility poles, because obviously, yeah, it's very, very costly to do decorative poles and all new underground for as kind of a retrofit. Not impossible, but quite costly.
Councillor Welton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And I just want to kind of echo the comments of my colleagues, and I understand some of the limitations, but I think if we can, like I said earlier, prioritize this, and I agree with Councillor Jefferson, 20 isn't enough to kind of cover the existing problem downtown Fergus. And I'm just also curious how you mentioned with St. David Street, if the BIA wants to help bring a better design lighting to the reconstructed area of St. David Street. Is there a timeline for them to be in touch with you? Have you reached out to them? What's the best process for actually making sure that happens so we don't miss the opportunity and we all kind of say, oh, shoot, later on?
No, there's still opportunity. So I think, we've included decorative streetlights in the contract, but there's still opportunity for the street furniture and kind of to go through just some of the kind of more amenity spaces and how those are configured on the street. So really our engineering team could reach out to the BIA at any time. There's still opportunity to kind of work through some of those details.
Okay. Yeah, I think it'd be good to have a separate meeting like Dan and Kendra have done with the parking committee, like have some dedicated time, because I'm not sure that they'd be aware of this opportunity and what their role could be at the moment, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay. Any other comments, questions as it relates to this portion? Okay. Oh, sorry, Mark.
Actually, I did want to point one thing out on item 32, the active transportation improvements. The budget there is $295,000. The ask for new money is really just $100,000 of that, and the reason being is for transparency reasons. Items 78 and 79, neighborhood interconnections and the Bellside Cemetery Trail. You'll see negatives beside those two amounts. They stick out like a sore thumb. The total of that is $195,000. So essentially what we're doing here for transparency is we're closing those projects out and the money is just moving to project 2025-056 active transportation improvements. So the administration and oversight for active transportation is moving to Public Works or to infrastructure wholly. So that's why we're closing out those projects, transferring the funds so that project is under the oversight of Public Works.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mark. Okay, so let's move on.
Great. Next section, how about urban roadways? So that would be items 36 to 44. We've talked about all the items in the storyboard except 38, 39, 41, and 42.
Thank you. I actually did have a question about that. It's obviously maintenance, but on like 47, or sorry, which one was it? The crack ceiling, 38. So it looks like that's more than doubled since last year. Is that just, I hope it's not, we've been doing a lot of road work, so I hope it's not a sign that we just have more issues in our roads, or if the cost has gone up, or there are certain projects that we're doing. If you just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So through the mayor, thank you, Councillor. So this is in line. We did a pavement study in 2022, and there were a series of recommendations that came out of that study. One of them intervention type works on our paved surfaces. So crack sealing is a good thing to do, which extends the life of pavement. So it's more of a preventative measure, and the budgets here are in line with recommendations of that report. So we're just something we're trying to do more of.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Let's move along. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. And I know we already talked about this Project 43, the St. David extension there. There is a school up in that area. Well, there's going to be Victoria Terrace and St. Joe's that are probably going to be impacted there. But I know specifically the school on Strathallan there will also have construction happening all around it as well. Again, just an encouragement of, a lot of traffic calming and awareness going into those areas much prior before the contractors show up on site would be, great. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a response to that, I will draw attention to in the traffic calming report this year, there was a recommendation to lower the speed limit on St. David approaching Strathallan to a 40. And that is something we will be implementing. There'll be a flashing light that will say 40 during school hours. And that'll be implemented into our updated speed bylaw, which is coming in October.
Okay, any other comments, questions as it relates to this portion? Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Through you, I was just noticing the totals for total roadways urban last year was at 8.37, and this year we're at 10.95. Are all these projects that we're doing like incumbent to be done this year, just as a kind of yes, No.
I can perhaps jump in and just comment. While you are seeing an increase, some of the projects you're seeing are also subject to development charge contributions by way of an SFA. So we have to kind of temper that as well as part of the conversation. These are necessary to facilitate growth and are funded from our development community. So I think with that, it tempers it in terms of it's certainly a larger and growing number. We are subject to a lot of growth, and through our development community, we're kind of getting the infrastructure in place to facilitate that.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay. Seeing none, let's move along.
All right. Small section here, storm drains. There's two items 45 and 46. Any questions?
Questions from council as it pertains to these two items. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Only that I don't know what an open channel is. So maybe you can enlighten us.
So yeah, open channel is basically a fancy word for a ditch. Sorry. Yeah, but a really big ditch. Yeah, and so we have they're part of our storm sewer system, and quite often there's an outfall to an open channel, and they may look like a naturalized area, or may look like a little creek, but it's part of our storm sewer network. And so we've got a couple locations that need some maintenance. So they're becoming overgrown. Sediment tends to build up in these and kind of holds stormwater flow back. So it's a maintenance activity that we plan for 25.
Councillor McDonald.
To you, Mayor Waters, just channeling on this open channel rehabilitation, a ditch. I would love to have a ditch up in Salem there where the blue algae has been accumulating. Some of the residents think that is the answer. I know it's a GRCA issue. Really doesn't involve us, but I've exhausted myself with trying to get an answer from the GRCA. Can you talk about that a little bit? Just about, it's not just digging a trench, that it's bigger than that, or?
No, thanks
I'm
for the
sorry.
question.
I know it might be a little off topic, but while we're on open channel.
Yeah. So Irvine Creek. So just within Veterans Park. So there's kind of a rock kind of peninsula that formed. Oh boy, that was maybe 6 or 7 years ago. Totally understand. There's a community desire to kind of remove that rock peninsula, or at least, open up the flow through that area. It's really not part of the township's mandate to do that work. And what we've heard from the GRCA, we have talked to them about that, as I know residents and yourself has as well. Just it's kind of their view is it's part of the natural kind of geomorphic riverine dynamics that happen, and that they don't really see a need to do anything there. So it's not a storm channel. It's a natural river system. So falls under GRCA's authority.
So when we post it on our website, which we have done, and thank you for that, is it the GRCA that lets us know there's blue algae there and to be cautious? How does that work in communication?
Yeah, for sure. Through the mayor. So the blue-green algae is... we get notification from the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, actually. So I know, I get an email from the district manager in Guelph that's shared with our communications staff, and then that's, I think Parks was involved because that was posted out there as well at Veterans Park, just warning users of the park, that information was shared and distributed widely as possible. Yeah. Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from council as relates to this portion? Okay. Let's
47 to 60. Now, we did hit on a number of these through the storyboards. So we did discuss 47, 49, 55, 56, 57, and 59.
Okay, council, opportunity to have some discussion in this area. I think you did a good job. I think it appears to me that we're ready to move on.
All right, waterworks, item 61 to 70. So we did touch on a number of these as well. We touched on items 61 to 64 and 68 and 69.
Same question. Open to council and for comments or questions. I'm going to give you another star there, Mark.
All right. I'll break Parks and Rec up into just two sections here. So the first section we'll talk about be facilities. So there's two items there, 71 and 72, which are the Bellwood Hall facilities and the JCC facilities. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So when we talked about active transportation and learning through the plans and being able to implement some of that low-lying fruit and having seed money available, I'm not seeing seed money available. I'm happy to see the renovation moving ahead with Bellwood, but it looks like there's been actual improvements taken away from Jefferson Elora, which then I would ask, like the paving and everything had been put on hold, and the sign out front, so I'd be curious again, where is the seed money for like our facilities there? We also have the Jefferson sponsorship so I'd be curious what's happening to that Jefferson sponsorship this year. And then the Sportsplex is like, there's nothing on here at all, which is concerning because we know there could be improvements or again, some seed money there to start implementing some of these low-lying fruit that comes out of the Parks and Rec master plan. So I was maybe expecting to see more here, and I'm just kind of curious why it's quite small.
Okay, looking for Pat to speak to this. Oh, so we'll start with, how about we start with Dan and then we'll go to Pat.
Yeah.
Yeah, just through Mayor Waters, just to provide a few comments before Pat provides hers. In addition to capital, we have equipment replacement schedules, and that'll outline equipment replacement needs for all facilities, including the Sportsplex. We don't have that yet. You'll see that at a future meeting. Also in the 10-year forecast, when we bring that forward, you'll see that there are place marks in the 10-year forecast for Parks and Rec plan recommendations. We kept that in there from the previous Parks and Rec plan. And a lot of growth-related needs will be development charges funded. So there's a little bit of different funding envelopes going around that we can access once we have the Parks and Rec plan in place, but I'll leave the rest to Pat.
First, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll speak to the existing funding for the parking lot, the JCC. So there is funding already there that was, I believe it was put in there last year or the year before. Some of it might have been in there in 2023 as well. So there's also proposed a further top up to that in 2026 right now is where it's sitting. So you obviously won't see that until you see the 10-year forecast.
Okay, let's stay on the parking lot. I'm going to let Adam answer that because infrastructure is overseeing that part of the project.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. Through the mayor. So when we first started planning for the parking lot work at the JACC, originally it was just going to be a repavement of the existing parking lot, and there have been some discussions with council about some improvements that were contemplated there. So we went back to the drawing board, and we have a new design, but it requires some storm system improvements there. So that means that we need to make modifications to a storm sewer outlet to the Irvine Creek, which means that we need to get GRC approvals for those. So we had to kind of go back and work on the design again. That has resulted in an increased cost to the project, and you will see when you see the 10-year, you'll see that top up request. But yeah, we just the project scope has changed a little bit. We need more time to implement it.
And just to maybe just pick up on some of that, will there be some LIDs as it relates to the parking lot there, just because of the closeness and sensitivity of the river Irvine being there?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Waters. So certainly LID has been top of mind, and that was the direction that was given to us. And so we have been looking at opportunities to enhance LID, and we do think we have some opportunities. It is a challenging site given that the depth of bedrock is quite shallow, so there's not a lot of soil there to hold the storm water if we infiltrate it into the ground. That said, we are looking for those opportunities. We're going to try and enhance LID wherever we can.
Especially with a parking lot which is so close to the river, and obviously we still use called traditional methods of making sure that ice or doesn't form. So we use salt, and that doesn't fare well with a very sensitive receiver in terms of the river. Anyways, that's a sidebar. So any further comments, questions as it relates to this? Yes. Go ahead, Pat.
Just maybe for council, could you please, what have we answered? Because a lot of that was what we were going to share. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I think most of it was. I thought there was something maybe you wanted to add. So I think that's fair. The Jefferson sponsorship,
Oh, yeah, no. So the community partnership funding is going into a reserve, of which council would have authority to direct to any project as far as that goes. And I would probably ask if Adam wants to add to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, not much to add there. Pat's exactly right. Those dollars are being housed in a reserve for collection. Obviously, it's something we're building up, just given the infancy of the program. So not a lot of dollars to draw on there currently, but as that does grow, it provides certainly opportunity in the future.
How about we go to Councillor Wilton first and then come back to the rest of council. Councillor Wilton.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just kind of picking up on Councillor Adams' earlier comments, there isn't much really that's going to happen in terms of facilities and structures for increased activity for our residents. So since we were elected, there was, it used to be always $100,000 earmarked for a multi-use sports pad, like outdoor basketball kind of multi-use pad at the Sportsplex, I believe. So I don't see that anymore. And I'm just wondering if that is something that could come into the 2025 project budget, and if the consultants they'll know surely by early 2025 whether that's good use at the Sportsplex, just to have a placeholder for a project that would actually enhance some of our facilities in a short-term kind of perspective for our residents. So just curious if where that's at, and if that could be added back in somehow.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so there is a project that was set up. It looks like it was set up in 2021 for a outdoor basketball multi-use court at the Sportsplex with $80,000 in it. So that project still exists.
Pad.
Sorry, what line item is that? Or is it in a separate document?
It was actually funded in prior years. So it was funded originally in the 2021 budget. So you would see it in the quarterly capital reports that we bring forward.
Okay. So it could still happen at any time if like the consultants say in January, this is a great idea. By like June, we could see that constructed, or am I being optimistic in that?
Maybe optimistic, but the path forward in very high level is that we will complete the Parks and Recreation Plan. That is shooting sort of for a May finish for those results. And then our next step in that is to take a look at all of the sort of projected recommendations, the priorities, and then where will all of that land in our locations that we have right now, the Jefferson Lower Community Center and the Sportsplex grounds and the additional space. So once we know where that pad would ideally be located, then that project could be triggered, and we can use the project funds we have and bring that to council if it needs a top up. So there's a bit of steps to go because we don't want to have to move that. And we want to make sure we know there's a number of priorities for the grounds at the Sportsplex. The playground also needs to be updated. There's been requests that, the skate park be moved more to that area. And so there's a whole bunch of priorities in that Sportsplex area, plus what's going to come in from the Parks and Recreation Plan recommendations. And now we have an additional 80 to 90 acres to build out to. So what we want to take a look at is where is everything going to be placed and look appropriate, and then start to put that in place. So I'm not sure if that helps answer how we're going to proceed.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councillor McDonald.
To you, Mayor Waters, I'm ready to move on to a different subject. The Pierpoint Nature Reserve signage, the funds that are earmarked for that. I feel like we've spent a lot of money on signage. I see in past budgets. So what are we spending money on signage for now? I mean, even Parks Canada did signage, and we did signage at one of our. So is this just signage on where people go? I think.
Through you, Mayor, Councillor McDonald. So the intent with this project was seeded through the working group, the Pierpoint Nature Reserve working group, and it was to establish not just a sign. We're going to put under our normal park signage, Pierpoint Nature Reserve is going to be identified that way. This is to be more of a kiosk, similar to what you would see at O'Brien or Hoffer or Victoria Park in Elora here. And what that will do then, based on the conversations from the working group, is the one side it identifies basically the trail systems that are through like a wayfinding area through the rest of the Fergus and etc. The other side then is going to give some information on, again, the history of that area in particular, not just respective to Richard Pierpoint himself, but also the natural attributes of the area. So it's to be a twofold kind of kiosk information. We don't have any signage in terms of a kiosk out that way right now. We do have a trail system that is identified in our trail network through there to get to the Grand Valley Trail rather, as well as the Cataract. So being as it's on the eastern part of Fergus, this was a way for people that are there and running that trail network then to link into that.
You, Mayor Waters, is it a wooden kiosk or like some of the other ones?
Through you, Mayor, yes, it would be. We're visualizing identical to what would be at Victoria.
Okay, it's a lot of money for wood, but okay, thank you. I guess that's what I thought.
Any other comments, questions for this part of section? Councillor Adam.
But just Parks and Rec in general. Okay, so line 83, the urban forestry. So maybe. Yes. So it was 200 last year, 200 again this year. Is that just moved over? Is that like in addition to?
Through you, Mayor Waters. Yeah, that's in addition to. So if you look at the 10-year forecast, I don't know off the top of my head, but I assume last year's 10-year forecast was 200 all the way across, probably.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments in this area? Okay. We're ready to move down to vehicle replacement.
No, actually, the vehicle and equipment replacement, those are items that'll be updated at a later meeting. So you're looking at 2025's budget column in the 2024 capital forecast, just to roll forward right now. So these amounts are still being updated behind the scenes. So.
Okay. Any comments to that or okay? No? Okay. And then I guess we'll move down to the next section. So, or are we all sort of, that's it? Okay. Okay. So, yes, before I don't want to. Okay. So let's do a couple of, I have Councillor Jefferson and then followed by Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Through you, this is to Mark. I just want to re-clarify at the very beginning, you were talking about our capital budget being at 26.4. And then in addition to that, we have to do the Ops Center and the Bissell Park. And then also the facilities and equipment replacement and the vehicle replacement as well. So those 4 items.
Termites.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilton and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you. This is actually probably to Adam, and it's going back to the initial report for the budget item in this agenda. It has that at the next meeting in November, we'll see the results of the public engagement survey, and we're already at 3rd week of September. So I'm just curious when the survey will go out, and also if it will be a little bit more plain language than last year and a little bit more kind of accessible to more people in the community. So I'm just curious what the plans are for the public engagement survey to get that out to as many residents as possible in as accessible a format as possible. And the time when it'll go out and when we'll,
Sure. No, through the budget schedule that was introduced in June, October in its entirety was kind of earmarked as kind of the public engagement month from a budgeting perspective. So we have intentions of rehashing the existing budget survey in terms of the questionnaires. And yes, my apologies, I tend to get a little bit verbose when designing these things. So we're in the process of just rehashing that now with the hopes to release early October. And then again, using the opportunity at the October 22nd key projects open house to have a kiosk there as well. So more on that to come, but we do have designs on having that released in early October to gather the input and report back at the November meeting.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Waters. Way to bottom. We put termites under operating. Is that how we're doing it? And so that'll come in November or?
Thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald, and through you, Mayor Waters. Yes, that'll be part of the operating budget, likely to come as part of the deliberation process in December as we start talking operating. I think for all intents and purposes, the November meeting will address kind of the public engagement, some more policy definition that will inform the 2025 budget and help with the release of the budget book, which will be later in November. So we'll have more fulsome discussion with that. But at this time, we'll be designing the termite management contributions similar to what we've seen in past years with a contribution from operating, and then that will be subject to discussion at that time.
Councillor Adams.
Sorry, I did miss 2 projects I wanted to make inquiry on that I didn't see in here. So they could have been included somewhere. So if I could just get some clarification. And those were the Victoria Park stair replacements that we talked a lot about. There was a lot of talk about how when it comes to capital projects like health and safety should like kind of top the urgency. So I'd be interested in getting an update on that. And Confederation Park, because that's also been an item that we've been talking about since the beginning of our term.
We're just waiting for Pat to come to the podium.
I believe Mark is looking up what we have in those amounts right now. Okay. So we are going to be engaging in the design of Confederation Park and starting that work. And the budget that we already have from previous budget allocation is $38,000. I'm going to round that up to $500, $38,500 to initiate that in 2025. The stair project. Yeah.
Right there.
Okay. You want to explain how you took the money on? No, I can. Thanks. Sorry. So for the stair project, we had a healthy budget in there, and it was not enough when we tendered out the project. And so the direction we received was until we can find a funding project, a partnership project, something that could alleviate some of those costs, that we were to just pause. We've got the drawings, we're ready to go. And so we did actually look at another grant and it wasn't eligible. So we continue to try and seek that source of funding. So because of, and this would be more for you. So right now sitting in that budget is $90,823. There was more before, and I'll let you explain how that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, so the budget that remains in that project right now is about $322,000. So it did have funding that was gas tax funding, so CCBF funding. You have to use CCBF money within a certain period of time. It's 5 years. With that project essentially being deferred or on hold, we redirected that money. I believe it went through the 2024 budget, if I recall. Because due to the uncertainty about when or if this project was actually going to go, and if it did go, was it going to still be eligible for would it still be eligible for use of gas tax funding? So that gas tax money was essentially repurposed to another project, leaving $322,000 of funding remaining in that project. Okay. We do right now, it's sitting in 2028. That could still be moved around based on our further discussions on the 10-year forecast. And I'm sure it will be discussed at that point internally.
Councillor Adams?
In terms of the stairs, I know there was quite substantial health and safety concerns, and we've had that much more traffic goes on those stairs since then. So I'm assuming that health and safety concern still remains, and is there a threat that those stairs may need to be closed? Like, are we getting to that point? And then maybe I'll just wait and I'll ask my Confederation Park follow-up after. Sure.
So those stairs are closed in the winter because there's no winter maintenance on those. And I think the concern with the stairs is also that they don't go all the way down to the water's edge, and people take the stairs down. They're not the best. They're very solid stairs. They're built right into the rock, but they're uneven. And so that does still continue to exist as a issue for that safety. And then it's trying to get from the bottom of the stairs down to the edge of the river. So the conditions have unchanged. We still close them in the winter. And unless something else significantly changes, we would continue to keep them open. I don't have a crystal ball, but I'll just mention this could be a tourist project and could be something that in the future could be looked at through the accommodation tax. So that's another source of funding that maybe some could be directed to this project, but I don't want to, that is many steps into the future. So I just want to say that we definitely have a line of sight for that project. We're just figuring out how to best fund it.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. And just in follow-up in terms of Confederation Park, looking at the capital budget we saw today, the $38,000 is for the design that's not going to get us too far in 2025. I think I have a real interest in seeing that project move up the priority list starting next year. I think there will be a lot of good feedback, and I think there's already some good feedback coming out of both the Parks and Rec and active transportation in terms of, I think it's an integral piece within Fergus of our connected community.
So right now, sitting in 2026 is 150,000 to add on to that project. So that the intent was that if we were to use the $38,000 for project design, engagement, and have a sort of go forward plan on what work will be done. If it's work we can perform in-house, then we can do some of that through our parks maintenance. But if there was other infrastructure or other work that has to be done, it is sitting in 2026 in the 10-year forecast. So council can take a look at that when we go beyond 2025. If that is something, it also has to fit into all the priorities of the business plan. And so that's all I'm going to say for now, but we'll definitely revisit that conversation when we look at the 10-year. I'm not sure if anyone else, other staff had to add.
I'm going to go to, was it Councillor McDonald and Councillor Wilton?
So under Parks and Rec, we're not only looking at Confederation Park, the Sportsplex, and Bissell Pad. So across Center Wellington is what we're looking at. And you don't have a lot of money in Parks and Rec. So this is where sponsorship, I guess, is really playing a key role in all of this. And will an update on that as we go through will come for all of this? Yeah.
So there's a couple of things. There's also equipment replacement schedule. So we have other parks equipment and playground replacement and things like that that are coming. There's projects that we didn't get completed this year. One is Confederation Park. The other one is Millburn Park playground to expand to the splash pad. So there's still projects in the queue to continue to work on and complete in 2026. And then there are some older projects which we can bring back in as we're ready based on planning. Hopefully.
Thank you very much.
And just one last thing, as CAO Wilson said, there's other projects you'll see in the 10-year forecast that were allocated when the last Parks and Recreation Plan was created, and we will be able to, once we have the Parks and Recreation Plan results, move and massage all of that and look for how the DCs are going to fund all the future projects.
I'm just going to go to Mark there, Councillor Wilton. He may have something to add to this.
So I'm starting to notice a lot of questions about existing projects. So a good resource to find for what are the existing projects that are open and funded in prior budgets. We bring forward a capital report every quarter. It's done by Kaylee Osborne. It actually was in Monday's agenda as an information item. That's a perfect resource to go and see. It shows all the projects that are currently active, how much funding is available from prior year budgets, how much has been spent year to date too. Okay.
Councillor Walton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Waters. Just picking up on the Confederation Park piece, if I compare it to the Farley Park and Storybrooke, which I realize are new builds and new parks, and Confederation is an existing mature park, so different levels, but 150,000 for 2026 doesn't even really compare at all to what the investment in the new parks like Farley and Storybrooke. So I'm just curious, like if it comes out of the consultation with the Parks and Rec study that there would be interest because of all the housing that's right across the street on Queen Street for, say, a really nice naturalized playground for young children, seniors walking path through there because it connects to a lot of housing where seniors would live as well. I'm just curious if in your estimates and with your expertise in parks and recreation, if we're even in the ballpark or if we should be looking for opportunities to enhance that budget line item for 2026.
Without the results of the design work that we intend to do this year, the public consultation and the results of the Parks and Recreation Plan, it is a bit of an unknown as to what that whole budget should be. That was set with that in mind, that the design work still has to be done. And since it's in 2026, that will be up to council to determine if more funds should be allocated to that project once we see the opportunities for Confederation Park and what that may bring. And then again, that can be a conversation at the 10-year forecast.
Great. Thank you. And just on that note, sorry, quick follow-up, Mayor Waters, it might be for Mark or Adam. Is the 10-year forecast, has it already been updated or is it in the process of being updated? Like if I looked at last year's 10-year forecast, is that enough information or Has it changed quite significantly, or will it change quite significantly? So I'm just curious where we're at, because I do find it a little hard to look at this one piece without having the other piece to kind of map out the future at the same time.
No, excellent question, Councillor Wilton, and through you, Mayor Waters. Still very much in a state of flux. We do address those and try to focus on the first 3 years at a time, with the understanding that the in-year capital is the ask of the year, and then the next 2 years represent planning in terms of what we envisage as foreseeable projects. That being said, it is still very much a topic of discussion, has been going on in concert with the 25 preliminary draft capital plan. And we do look forward to bringing that forward in November, again, in draft form for further conversation.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
I pulled up the capital project plans from Monday's meeting. I did remember seeing something there. The paving project at Jefferson Community Center. Can we put that on hold for a year? Just to make sure that some of the other things that are going on there, we're not going to be ripping up new asphalt in the process. That's $300,000. Because we did approve that last year for 2024. Is it possible to defer that $300,000? I mean, it's not ideal what's there right now, but I'm just going to put that up.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald. I would just echo some of my colleagues, Adam's comments from earlier, in that through more fulsome investigation, we realized that it's more than just a paving project. There is a top up as part of the tenure in 2026 to look at that in a more fulsome manner. I think what is in slate for this year is just a priority item that runs behind the JECC in terms of the pathway for the ice resurfacers, just to mitigate some of the mud and dirt being kind of the egress and exit from the facility itself. So that remains a project that will be contemplated now, but the remainder is effectively on pause until that future top-up has been discussed.
Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, just a quick question, kind of along the lines of when we see the new 10-year forecast. But in terms of Parks and Recreation, Pat mentioned the playground equipment replacement plan. When do we see that? Is that in November as well? I'm just concerned about a couple parks in, like the one on Churchill Crescent, for example, in Fergus, of when that is in the queue for replacement. So just curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Wilton. Yes, we'll endeavor to have that in a more fulsome version in draft form, certainly for November, for further discussion. But really the impetus for the more, I guess, global discussion from a budgeting perspective will take part in early December through the deliberation process once the draft budget book has been released, and that will detail everything, but we should have that in draft form for November. For the draft budget. I stand corrected. We still continue to work and massage those, but I think that will be for the draft budget book release towards the end of November in terms of the vehicle equipment and facility replacement schedules in a more detailed form.
Thank you.
Grounds sort of lined out for the next 10 to 20 years when they're replaced. So I just want to say, if there's a particular park you're wondering where that sits and what our priority list is, you can reach out to us for some information.
Okay. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. This is just kind of a general comment. As we enter budget season, talking about capital, sometimes even operating, we use a lot of words like sponsorships and partnerships and working with our community partners. We do have a sponsorship policy, and that has certain criteria. And sometimes we talk about donations, and then other times, more recently, we have talked about public-private partnerships. I'm wondering if we actually have these scenarios defined in a policy. I know we have our sponsorship one. Do we have a donation policy, and do we have a public-private partnership policy, because I think they're good to lead us as staff are planning and having conversations with our partners throughout. But I think it also helps like our transparency, but I think it also helps the awareness of the public that we do have these policies, and perhaps it helps encourage people to be aware of things like the Victoria Park stairs that still, we're still looking for some funding for, and whether that comes from a future grant source of some kind or a program or one of these things. So I think that would be more you, CAO Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you. And through Mayor Waters, we, as you know, we have the naming rights and sponsorship policy, but I don't believe we have any other policies on grants or public-private partnerships. But we can investigate that.
Okay. I think we're near the end here now. So as if there's any further comments or questions, I'm going to move that we go to the recommendation here, and I'm going to read this now, that the Council of Township of Central Wellington direct staff to include the 2025 preliminary draft capital budget as outlined in report core 2024-51 dated September 19, 2024 in the 2025 draft budget. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, do I have a seconder on that? Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? And that is so moved. Just like to make a quick comment. I'd like to thank everyone for today. This is it was very helpful for council, and I appreciate all the staff input here. I know it seems like it was just today, but as we know, this is an ongoing program, and it's required a lot of work to even get to this point. And there'll be plenty of still opportunities for council and for the public to engage, and we encourage that as well. And for those folks that are listening out there, so we look forward to meeting you again. And again, thank you for everyone's attention today. Thank you. Oh, thank sorry. You. Yes, hold on a second. Yes, motion. Yeah, we'll leave this open-ended forever. Motion to adjourn. We have a mover, Councillor Wilton on that, secondary Councillor Jefferson. All those in favor? Thanks again. We'll see you another time.
Bye, everybody.